Добрий день. Я вітаю всіх учасників і глядачів форуму «Креативна Україна» і дуже дякую організаторам за можливість представити тут роботу Українського інституту книги і розповісти про нашу діяльність і про наші плани у сфері державної політики щодо книговидання і книгорозповсюдження і читання. Український інститут книги був створений у 2016 році внесенням змін до Закону України про державну підтримку книговидавничої справи. Весь 2017 рік зайняли організаційні питання, виділення і ремонт приміщення, нормативна документація, і у 2018-му він фактично почав свою роботу. Я очолюю Інститут книги з кінця 2018 року, тобто працюю 4 роки, і розповісти, що було зроблено за цей час, це зайняло би мені, я би зробила це з приємністю, але це би тривало рівно до кінця сьогоднішнього дня. А ми, крім, власне, моєї презентації, маємо ще 2 цікавих заходи, які мають допомогти нашим видавцям, авторам вийти на міжнародні ринки зі своїм продуктом, зі своїми книжками, зі своїми творами. То я тоді почну коротко і говоритиму в основному про те, що робив Український інститут книги після повномасштабного вторгнення і для того, щоб просто розповісти більше, що ми робили саме зараз. Так, і зараз я виведу на екран свою презентацію. І сподіваюся, що ви її вже бачите. Отож, діяльність Інституту книги після 24 лютого 2022 року. В 2021 році ми нарешті переконали наших законодавців, депутатів Верховної Ради, переконали Кабінет міністрів, що підтримка книговидання і популяризація української книги, що є основними цілями діяльності Українського інституту книги, потребує більш суттєвого фінансування, ніж це було досі. Ми отримали бюджет 2022 року в розмірі 335,5 мільйонів гривень, і це фактично вже було бюджетом розвитку, а не бюджетом споживання чи виживання, як це було досі. І у нас були величезні плани, як нам використати ці гроші, але, на жаль, після повномасштабного вторгнення Росії з цими планами довелося попрощатися, тому що наш бюджет, як і всі бюджети державних установ, були секвестровані, і нам залишили кошти лише на оплату праці і сплату єдиного соціального внеску. Разючий просто зміна цього бюджету була. Але ось наслідки того, які програми були зупинені і проекти. Це насамперед програма поповнення фондів публічних бібліотек. За 18-21 рік ми закупили майже 2,5 мільйони книжок для бібліотек і планували в 2022 закупити ще 1 мільйон книжок, що було виділено 168 мільйонів гривень.
allocated 168 million hryvnia for that. So Translate Ukraine program was suspended in 2021. We supported about 130 literary translations in total. In 2022, we planned to support 150. So the readership promotion program, we were planning to support 21 projects in this year only, and also supporting the publication, supporting the book publishing. Allocated funds for important books as the cabinet ministers, parliament were approving that, but all of that, as I said before, had to be postponed, had to be sequestered. And so we started only doing what we can afford without extra funding, only by what our institution can do and our partners. In particular, there were many foreign partners supporting us, and what we had to start from was participation in international book fairs. We have to thank the organizers here for this. Organizers of this
ярмарків. Мені пишуть, що моєї презентації не видно. Я не розумію, чому. Що я маю зробити? Мені хтось допоможе?
Will somebody help me run the presentation?
Вибачте, технічна якась
Technical personnel,
затримка.
we're waiting for you to respond and help us.
Ну, я, напевно, продовжу, поки там якісь технічні питання вирішуються, тому що у мене на екрані написано, що я поширюю екран, а його чомусь не видно. Я тоді буду на словах розповідати, а ви вже і одночасно буду і говорити те, що зображено на слайді. Отож, що стосується участі у міжнародних книжкових ярмарках, керівники найважливіших міжнародних книжкових ярмарків вже на початку березня прийняли рішення, що російським видавцям відмовляють участі і навпаки запрошують Україну, надаючи безкоштовні стенди. І це було дуже своєчасним і дуже солідарним жестом, який ми оцінили. І ми таким чином відразу ж потрапили на Болонський дитячий книжковий ярмарок, маючи стенд, який був стендом символом, гаслом symbol, which was under the slogan "Send of Ukraine." It was basically an empty book stand. It was devoid of any book. We miraculously managed to put there books from 10 publishing houses. We did this project together with Arsenal Pen Club in Ukrainian Institute, just as well with as participation in all the subsequent book fairs. It happened in cooperation. After the Bologna, there was also London Book Fair with the slogan, Russia war against Ukraine is not a fiction. So this was a fair where the books from 17 publishing houses were showcased, and we also invited 2 authors for discussions and meetings as part of the program. The next was Paris Book Fest with the slogan, Ukraine is the beating heart of Europe. I want to say that all this participation in all those fairs символічною, дуже
was very
важливою.
symbolic and very
Це
important.
просто надихало і українців, які на
It
той
was
час вже
inspiring
опинилися
Ukrainians
далеко поза межами
who
України,
were
і
by that
приваблювало
time
увагу
far beyond
дуже
their
багатьох
homeland,
іноземних
and it
видавців,
also attracted
іноземних
attention of
авторів. На українському стенді, на українських стендах завжди було дуже багато людей. Хочу сказати, що, зокрема, в
that
Парижі
in particular in
ми
Paris,
отримали дуже
we
велику
received
підтримку українського
huge
посольства
support from Ukrainian
у
embassy
створенні роботі цього
in
стенду.
creation and
А
the
в
work of this
Лондоні
stand, whereas in London,
допомагав Pen International, і,
Penn
зокрема,
International was helping
персонально
us,
Ольга
and
Муха.
Olga Mucha personally helped us.
Наступним у травні був
And the next,
великий
it was
стенд,
in
вже
May, it was a
справді
big
більший за
exhibition
інші.
stand,
Це
which was indeed bigger than the others.
книжковий ярмарок у Варшаві,
And it was a
куди
Warsaw book
навіть
fair
приїхали видавці зі
where
своїми
almost
книжками.
publishers
І
managed
все це
to
трапилося
reach with their books. And all of that has happened thanks to the fact that the fair organizers of the Polish Poetry and Culture Foundation, and they funded this event so that the publisher could afford to come over and the authors could afford to come over. And it was a great and successful program. In total, our stand was attended by more than 10,000 attendees. The publishers were very happy. They managed to sell all of their books. Next was the World of Books in Prague. With the slogan, "We are united in our values." We were not the organizers there, we were helping, but the event was mostly organized by the Embassy of Ukraine in Prague. And the Ukrainian Institute was also there. About 21 publishing houses were presented and 7 authors. And then finally, the most important book fair of the world, Frankfurt Book Fair, which happened in October, as you know. And we received there an unprecedented amount of help from the organizers, who provided for us 100 square meters of exhibition space. And all of that was happening in Frankfurt thanks to the participation and development of the program and all kinds of different assistance. So we were doing all that together with the Goethe Institute in Ukraine, which has allocated a lot of funding, about 100,000 euro, so that our stand was presentable and that we have a powerful program. And the program on the Frankfurt Book Messe was really so powerful, so great. We were approached by a lot of people, foreigners, and they said, although an honorable guest at the Frankfurt Book Fair was Spain, but Ukraine has become an unofficial honorary attendee. And we had some hugely important events. The video address from the Ukrainian President Zelensky was showcased to the publishers who gathered together on their annual Congress of European Publishers Federation. The Ukrainian First Lady was also attending, Elena Zelenska, who presented her own book about accessibility. It was done as an interview for a big publication in Germany, which is called Brigitte, and that had given us about 500,000 viewers. Also, our stand was approached by a European Commissioner in issues of culture, Maria Gabriel. We were approached by other VIPs from government of Germany and other countries. We also had a number of other events, and they were all very popular among the attendees, both the audience and the media. And that's what many publications all over the world have told us about, and they published thoughts about these events. A very important achievement during the Frankfurt Book Messe, and entirely for the whole book market in Ukraine, for all the publishers, for the authors, is the fact that thanks to the support from Frankfurt Book Messe, we managed to place about 500 Ukrainian books on the Prav website, which was the website of the Frankfurt Book Messe. And you can see here exactly how different pages of this website look like. And all of our books can be filtered out based on the category, based on the audience, and you can find titles by author, by topic, by different kind of filters. So it's very convenient, and hopefully, investing some more efforts, we will spread more information, spread the word about great Ukrainian books to all the possible interested audiences. So, using this opportunity, I would like to say that at 2 p.m. Kyiv time, there is another event dedicated to popularizing Ukrainian books abroad. Also sales of publishing rights, publishing books themselves abroad. So stick around with us. And on the 4 p.m. Kyiv time, there will be a very specific, very practical webinar for Ukrainian publishers, how to sell Ukrainian book rights in Poland, which is a narrower topic, but very interesting and important. In our different events, different fairs that we've attended, there were many popular and favorite Ukrainian writers. You can see their names on the screen. Sergei Zhadan, Oksana Zabushko, Andrei Kurkov, Станислав Алексеев, Микола Репчук, Юрий Андрюхович, Тамара Харихазерня, Юлия Ебанчук, Гаска Шиян, София Андрухович, Наталка Снедана, Татьяna Малярчук, and many others. They were showcasing their own books. They also participated in different discussions. The main initiators of inviting the authors, in particular for Frankfurt Book Fair, there were German publishers who were basically publishing translations of these authors. And a lot of books were published this year, but unfortunately, we don't have any precise data about this. I will give you an update later. So sorry for a little bit of chaos at the beginning. With this presentation, because it's been chaos throughout the year. So here's a slide about some of the achievements in Ukraine, but it's also an international event, which garnered an unprecedented number of views, 2.4 million views of this event, of the 29th Lviv Book Forum, which happened in cooperation with Hay Festival, Zinc Network, and the Ukrainian Book Institute basically tried to somehow support, granted some informational support for this fest. Another thing to say, it was done with the support of USAID, an Open Society Foundation, and as part of the season of culture in Ukraine, organized by the British Council and Ukrainian Book Institute. So all this time, all these months, we were working on developing the network of international contacts. Back in spring, the Ukrainian Book Institute was accepted into an international organization called International Network on Popularization of Literary Translation, NLIT. It unites about 30 cultural managers from different countries. And from Ukrainian Book Institute, Olena Odinoka has become a member. She is my deputy, and she is responsible for the international activity of Ukrainian Book Institute. Also, we have a great cooperation with the Federation of European Publishers, which was one of the first to support our rally to fundraise and help Ukrainian publishers in this dark hour, how the war hit them. Many of them have lost their homes. They were forced to leave their places and move to other locations because the war destroyed their warehouses, their facilities. They had no access to that. So they started fundraising for another project of ours that I will also tell you all about. And also the German Association of Publishers and Booksellers that we keep in the thorough contact, and we have huge plans together for the future. The Polish Book Institute is also part of this effort, as well as Polish Chamber of Books. It's also one publisher association. Some progress, some international progress we have, an award, a European Union prize, which was awarded to one of the Ukrainian authors, Evgenia Kuznetsova, for the novel Ask Me Ichka. In total, there were 5 such awards that Ukrainian book won, which is, I think, a great result. Another thing that happened is the prize for translations from Ukrainian, Dragoman Prize, which is a prize initiated and founded by a Ukrainian, Ukraine and Ukrainian Book Institute and Ukrainian Institute. These first prizes were handed in 2021. Claudia Data was awarded in Kiev with this prize, whereas Polish translator from Ukrainian to Polish, Bogdan Zadura, was awarded in October of the same prize. And the prize was supported by Berlin Book Fair that, again, Ukrainian Institute has arranged. And now let me tell you about the project which is so near and dear to me. Because it's very humane, it's very warm, there's a lot of solidarity there. When we finally realized how many children, how many mothers with their children had to leave Ukraine and found themselves in other countries all of a sudden with not much preparation, only the most necessary things with them in a completely unfamiliar world, in an unfamiliar surrounding, away from their roots, from their houses, from their relatives. So we decided that a great cultural shelter for our children and our mothers will be also a book in Ukrainian, which every child will be able to get For this purpose, we created a project. It's called Books Without Borders, and Ukrainian publishers have provided 42 templates of their books for children from 3 to 8, provided completely for free the right for printing and selling these books to Ukrainian children abroad. There were 14 Ukrainian publishers that you can see on the screen now, and I'm very thankful for that. The project is happening under the auspices of the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, which was also granted widespread to this book. The book was also supported, but the support was also coming from the First Lady of Poland, in Germany, the Princess of the Netherlands. And I think the circle is much wider, although we decided that as it is right now, for free, free print, free distribution to the children is not as relevant right now. And we need to think about how to work in such a way that Ukrainian publishers also have their revenues from this activity. Here's another slide that shows that from April till now, we published 260, almost 168,000 books in 21 countries, as you can see on the map. And so our partners who were helping us with this print, they've spent almost 300,000 euro to publish and distribute these books. So these are our partners, European Publisher Federation, Polish Foundation, Edukacja for Demokracja, the German Verein des Deutschen Buchhandels, the German Union of Book Publishers, Lithuanian Publishing House Vintus, and also a company in the Netherlands. Over this time, the partners have spent, as I said, spent about 300,000 euro and has purchased about 52,000 euro worth of Ukrainian books using the money fundraised by European Publishing Federation. Ukrainian diplomacy has joined in quite a lot, embassies of Britain, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Czech Republic, Finland, Moldova, Turkey, Bulgaria, Slovak Republic, Kazakhstan, and several other countries. And we started working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also supported by the First Lady, Olena Zelenska. The project Ukrainian Bookshelf, which is basically about Ukrainian book purchases, and Ukrainian School of Economy has allocated $50,000 to buy 500 books.
Цей проект представлення найкращих
I do hope that this project will represent the best Ukrainian editions in the national, private and public libraries in the other countries, it will continue, and we will find more charity supporters to donate the respective resources, so these respective books would be purchased. The situation of Ukrainian books presence in the national and public libraries in the world, it's rather sad, and we, of course, have to work together to make sure that the situation would be improved. And the same opinion was reached in the Institute of Chapter by founding the project A Case with the Books, and we joined the project as consultants on the content issue, suggesting that these would be the books that came to our project, Living Writers. And at the beginning, the Goethe Institute of Ukraine planned to purchase some 150 sets of 89 books of different titles of 32 Ukrainian kids writers for 150 libraries. But as soon as the information about that was disseminated, immediately it came to truth that the public libraries of Germany who would like to receive these Ukrainian books, there are much more and bigger number of those, and the funding was increased to support this project, and now these book sets are available in 600 libraries in all lands in Germany and Goethe centers of European capitals. That's a significant and profound project, very interesting one. In order to make the international libraries' lives easier in terms of searching for Ukrainian books, we created the catalogs of Ukrainian books for librarians. And our colleagues from the Institute of the Book constantly monitor the market and feel all the respective available assets available for purchase that could be procured by international librarians and Ukrainian ones as well. And these books are more than 3,000 titles, probably even more, but the most new ones. And we would like to draw special attention to these catalogs. Following these QR codes, we can transfer and get access to respective lists. And we also produce the respective manual, how to operate. It's both in Ukrainian and in English. What else we succeed to do? Maybe a relatively small project and a relatively small contribution, but it's still important. As you might be aware, in our institute, while selecting the books to fill the library funds, some number of books are left, which has been sent as a samples, reviewed by experts, and make the respective conclusions and choices, but some 200 and 2,600 books were left with us, and we provided those to 16 public libraries, in particular libraries of Kiev region, Kiev Oblast, which were destroyed significantly, and that was very important to do. We do monitor what is happening with our publishers. And we conducted a polling question in April and in June, and we started one in November. It has not been completed yet, so I will just provide the outcomes of April and July and some trends in respect of November. So we can see that the number of publishers increase, those who feel themselves in safety those who maintain their capabilities and those who actually are working. And the percentage has been decreased of those publishers who cannot work at all. And we do hope that this trend will be preserved for future, and every time more and more publishers will get back to business and find the respective audience of their readers. Still, a decrease of the book market is taking place, and it's quite a significant one. And the polling outcomes of November demonstrated that among those who were questioned, only 20% of publishers maintain their level of income of before the war level. The number of new books stayed the same, 18% of publishers, and the same amount of books printed, also 18% of publishers confirmed. It means that 4 out of 5, 80% and more of publishers, they have lost their incomes, they lost their potential. And again, a little chaos. Again, some informational campaigns, boycott of Ukrainian books in the world. We were among the first who raised the voice about that. And I believe that also became a reason why Russian publishers were refused and are refused in participating in international markets. But I have to say, unfortunately, it had not led to the case that Russian books, especially those which are anti-Ukrainian or propaganda by content, imperial in sense, would be expelled from international usage. It's a long and difficult work ahead to convince international librarians that these books could be dangerous, and it's hard to say, but probably we should apply a sort of censorship. That's unfair, but that's the case because books are still there, books of those authors, which was prohibited quite some time ago in Ukraine. They're still in operation and still available to readers in international libraries. Well, in respect of, we start receiving a lot of requests. Where do we find the books abroad? And we produced a little memory leaflet, and by this QR code, you can find information where, in which country, there are Ukrainian books, either in the libraries or in the bookstores, and this number is increasing every time. We also produced the informational campaigns, the Ukrainian poems written by Ukrainian authors during the war, and editions of Ukrainian poems were published, 11 of those already, are very well used and very demanded by our readers in Facebook. And there is a digest of news, and we produced 8 editions of that kind. So I encourage the publishers to submit the information more actively to those digests, because people do read those, and I encourage librarians and readers to use that as the reference to the most actual information. What else do we read this year? It's a National Readers Week, which I encourage all to join, to follow our activities. We agreed with a national television marathon that Ukrainian known authors would get their time in the air from 12 to 19 December. And we also receive some quite interesting information from the public libraries, which books are in the demand among their readers. And very briefly, some on our plans for next year. Uh, Great news that we were allocated as 74 million hryvnia for our activities, and so far it has been devoted to the translation program for Ukrainian editions from foreign languages and to support Ukrainian literature abroad. But we decided to try and extend that, and we'll ask the Ministry of Finance to increase these figures slightly. And here you can see the list of fairs which we intend to participate. And we already have invitation from London Book Fair, the one in Warsaw, to be represented as the guests of honor. It's a great responsibility requiring bigger financing, unlike just a regular participation. But this is important. Among our priorities, we have Frankfurt, as you may understand, because that's the key book fair of the world. But again, we'll see and we'll try to get there in Guadalajara. That's the biggest Spanish world book fair, and Ukraine is invited to be there as part of an EU delegation, because EU printing houses and the print house is the guest of honor of the next year Guadalajara International Book Fair. And so we are not in EU yet in the European Union, but still Ukrainian print house and publishers will be there in December next year. And that's cool. We were thinking about quite an interesting project, which we named the National Bookshelves in Ukrainian libraries. This is to raise the actualization of the library funds. And you might be aware that Ukraine libraries now review their funds, expel the books which are not in the demand, aged, old, Soviet time prints, which sits there for 50, 60 years and more. These are the books of Russian authors, which Ukrainian reader had lost the appetite for now. So extraction takes place, and when we will have enough data how things are going on, we'll keep you posted, we'll keep you informed. But library bookshelves are a bit released now, and there is a time when we have to fill the gap. Ukraine does not have the budget to sponsor the refill of library funds, at least not in the next year. And the Minister of Culture, Alexander Tkachenko, addressed to the ministers, the counterparts in different nations, to share some resources for translation and printing of their respective writers for Ukrainian libraries. That had never happened before, and now Germany and France had confirmed that the respective allocations will be provided. Probably Poland will contribute, and there are good chances that during the next year, in maximum on the 24th, some 1,500 Ukrainian libraries would receive about 100 translated titles of books from Germany, France, and Poland. And we continue trying to engage other nations. So there would be a very good selection of the books, and it would be worth visiting libraries. The program of supporting the translations would be funded next year you see a little diagram how the number of translations has been increased, and if you can draw your attention to the columns of 20 and 21st, this red block means that supported by Ukrainian Institute of the Book, those titles were produced. This year, unfortunately, we were unable to support anything, and we have no data what was published without any support. As soon as we'll get data, we will provide it back. For next year, we are very humble in our expectations, and we expect that international publishers will provide allocations not less than the previous year, so 120 titles of own expenses, 120 titles supported by the Institute of the Book, and 40 more titles supported by international donors. And here we mean not each and every donor, but only those projects supported by respective grants, which Ukrainian Institute of the Book had joined. This is the grant project Tales of Ukraine, e-Ukraine, where we anticipate to produce bilingual books and language presented here: Italian, Polish, German, Romanian, Bulgarian, Slovak, uh, 40 different titles and 300,000 of books to be printed, supported by Italian publishers, Polish Book Chamber, German Publishers Union, Romanian Publishers, Romanian Association of Publishers, and Slovak Association of Publishers. This is another beautiful example of projects of us. We anticipate the activities to raise the familiarity with Ukrainian literature in Ukraine, conducted book fairs in different cities and towns of Ukraine. And again, we would like to conduct the National Reading Week. Maybe it would become a reading month. So a lot of reading is expected. And we would like to ask and encourage the Ministry of Finance to allocate part of funding for publishing books. At the moment, we are banned from printing books, but we would like to support some publishing efforts by the respective cabinet of ministers and parliamentary decrees. We at the moment are still working on those decrees, but we have to convince the Ministry of Finance or cabinet of ministers, and then the libraries would be refilled with approximately 150,000 editions. We'll keep working on the projects which were to be launched, but obviously it has been stopped that subsidies for printing, for bookstores and book certificates, it's a significant funding is expected, but we are not losing our expectations that would become the case. We are also working on Ukrainian digital library, the catalog of the books available in the market, to become a main source on what's going on, who is available in the Ukrainian book market, but without funding because nothing has been allocated for that. And that is probably it, what I expected you to tell. And I would like to thank, first of all, to our team, because without these beautiful people working in the Institute of the Book, very dedicated, working much harder than it is possible to work, but probably everyone is working in that case and in that mood. Otherwise, we won't cope with that. We all demonstrate persistence and eager to leave. That was the slogan of Frankfurt Book Fair. And we are persistent in our aspiration to leave, not only to survive, but to advance and move forward due to our solidarities. So I'm extremely grateful to all our partners, those who are joining our ideas, who share the ideas of the Institute of the Book, just those who keep their hearts with us, share messages. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for reading our news. Thank you for following us. Thank you for your critique and helping us to become a better. So, see you next time, but please do not switch over, because in the same room, following the same link, there would be our next activities presented in video mode at 14. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like to welcome you in the International Informational Forum, the Creative Resilience. I would like to welcome you in a book publishing cell hosted by Ukrainian Institute of the Book. I'm Olena Odinoka, Deputy Director on International Cooperation of the Institute of the Book, and I would like to introduce the speakers of our section, the module to sell abroad, how and what. Today we have with us Mr. Ivan Fedechko, Head of Section of the Copyright of Old Lev Print House, Natalia Miroshnik, Copyright Manager of Vivat Print House, Victoria Matyusha, Conference Interpreter, Founder of OGO Print House, Mr. Panachovny, Mistectvo Print House and founder of Book of Demand Project, Bogdan Putny, Head of Print House Bogdan, Mr. Oleg Tomaretsky, the Development Director of the Book House, Print House, Anton Martinov, the Laboratory, Print House, owner and a founder, and eBooks, Librarius, Olena Bezukla, CEO of the national platform of the book editioning, Katerina Avramchuk, our book director. Today, we're going to speak on how to reach the international market, how to sell the rights and copyrights, what are the most effective tools to utilize in the printing business, especially during the war. And during the speakers, we will hear the experience of their view of international market, trends, demands, how to deal with the international publishers, how to use the book fairs capabilities, e-platforms, what to start with, where to look for partners, the perspectives of the international markets on the copyright, and how to work during the war. Before passing the floor to the speakers, I would offer you a brief presentation on international sales just for familiarization. So the title is To Sell Abroad. How? As of now, the most active international purchasers of the copyright is Poland, Bulgaria, Germany, United States, Slovak Republic, Latvia, Lithuania, and Czech Republic. That information already could be useful in terms of where to direct and where to search the first international partners, so Ukrainian copyright owners would start their cooperation. As of now, the most active sellers of the copyright are the print house of the Starý Lev, Vivat, Ranok. It means that we have some experienced specialists whom we have to learn from. Very briefly, literature agencies, and worth mentioning that unfortunately the Institute of the Literature Agencies as a profile organizations is represented poorly, but we can't not to recall a Ukrainian literature agency, OVO, which has a very ambitious purpose to popularize Ukrainian literature worldwide, to become part of its world trends. It was founded in 2019 and works under the slogan "No Boundaries for Literature." The other agency was mentioned in TAL, Tomkin Agency for Ukrainian Literature and Translation, non-commercial agency founded by Ms. Zenia Tompkins. Unfortunately, she is unable to join us today, but she is made tremendous efforts to popularize and make available Ukrainian literature in the English language world. Founded back in 2017, agency popularizes Ukrainian authors, paying special attention to young authors of Ukraine. Here, this slide, we can see 9 main exporters of the paper books who are trading Ukrainian books abroad. Among those, Yakabu, House of Books, Books on Demand, Bukla, Nikolem, My Bookshell, and Bivan. The physical export of the book is a significant challenge today in the current circumstances in which we all are. This direction has perspective and possibility of the development. Digital content. Unfortunately, that is not enough statistics in terms of production and selling e-edition. Although the interest is growing to electronic and audio books and gradual usually selling non-protected copyrighted rather than spreading the protected copyright content. The war in Ukraine increased Ukrainian appearance in Amazon. Digital content is a perspective direction of development, and we wish that not in given circumstances, but is still an alternative on the unavailability of paper books when you can't have access to actual hard copies. This slide here you can see the diagram. Edition of Ukrainian translated prints since 2013, and in particular, you can see here the figures, how many titles of the books were printed under the program of supported translation that translate Ukraine. And this data presented in the red blocks here. And I would like to add that the program Translate the Ukraine, which partially reimburses expenses of international publishers for purchasing the rights, for creating the translation itself. And this year, we would like to work in ability to reimburse international editors some expenses for editing, producing the mockups, using e-edition, and it's very satisfying that the Institute of the Book in Ukraine anticipates the further support of this program for next year. And also, I would like to mention that as part of the program, the Ukrainian Institute of the Book supports the translation projects written in Ukrainian and edited by Ukrainian greenhouses. You can see the plan here for 2023, and we have quite an ambitious order. We expect that 120 books would be published by auditors, another 120 we would like to support as part of Translate the Ukraine, and the other would be supported, another 40 to be supported by international donors as part of the Tales of Ukraine Fund, which we implement jointly with some European editors and associations from European Union. Worth mentioning to remind and to present to you the outcomes of the program for 20 and 21st. The program was implemented for 2 years as of now, and as we can see back in 2020, with the support of Translate Ukraine, there were 52 editions printed, 21 in international language in 23 countries of the world. In 2021, there was 61 edition printed with 21 language in 24 countries. So the translation of Ukrainian literature took place in a 31st nation worldwide. The big project which we are working this year the selection of books from Ukraine as a catalog that contains the list of actual Ukrainian editions printed in Ukrainian language in all spheres. It was placed in Frankfurt-Stride.com platform as the platform for Frankfurt Book Fair, and the catalog comprises books from more than 50 print houses and contains the contacts of copyright owners. And the selection books this list was conducted by external Ukrainian experts on literature, book printing, etc., etc. This slide briefly describes how you can find the Ukrainian editions in the platform Rights.com using a very simple filter, Ukraine, or follow the QR code, which contains the step-by-step manual, the guideline, how to do so. To make the life easier, we suggest you to have a look through this guideline with this platform, because this is a very powerful tool to search and to learn not only those books offered by Ukraine, but also to review the international markets. And now, I would suggest to divide our webinar for 3 parts. First one, we will talk to specialists on copyright, authors' rights, sales. Second one would be devoted to export itself, and then we'll speak about digital content. So I would like to give the floor to Ivan Fedechko, head of the copyright branch of the old Lion print house, which exists for a long time in Ukrainian market and is well presented internationally, cooperates with international partners in purchasing the rights and producing the books. Dear Olena, thank you for introduction. Thank you for the possibility to join this event. I hope you can hear me well enough. Yes, we do. Thank you. I would like to say that I'm working in the old line print house. This month is going to be 10 years. And for years, we're actively engaged in licensing. Maybe we're one of the biggest, maybe the biggest exporter of the rights for translation of Ukrainian authors abroad. Our print house has 22 years of history, and the first period of the development, probably back 2001 to approximately 2013, the print house, the old line print house, produced books for kids mainly, so nothing strange that our first sales of copyrights back in 2014, that was the book Stars and Poppy Seeds, sold to French editor Lou Demont. That was our first selling, and up till now our main success, the biggest number of licenses. These were the licenses for kids literature, but as you might be aware, our print house is the brand that prepares books for the family reading. And it's my pleasure to mention that every year we have more and more copyrights sold for adult nonfiction literature. Our most well-sold authors abroad, so most demanded authors are Sofia Andrukhovich, Yevgeny Kuznetsov, Stanislava Aseyeva, and Oleg Sentsov. Kids' books, most popular among international readers and publishers, are won by the books Roman Romanishin, Andrei Lesev, Art Studio, Krapka, The Dot, Oksana Buchan, and Юлія Коломоєць, Олег Нишин, Катерина Садовщук, Олександр Шатохін, Галина Вдовіченко. These are our authors, and we're very proud of those. Not only of those, there are many new names appear in our catalog every year, and we're trying to do our best so their books could be translated as well. In the recent 5 years, we concluded more than 250 contracts, copyrights, selling, and 38 languages that were books translated in 48 nations worldwide. Mainly it's Europe, Asia, North and South America. Luckily for us, the main measurement of success in licensing area is not only the number of licenses sold or income received. Quite often success is the presence in your catalog of the books of the same author whom you're proud of with and who becomes known worldwide, or you're well presented in the markets of Czech Republic or Slovak Republic, or you're good in selling licenses in Spanish world or in Asia. So success may depend on your set tasks set in advance, and what is the satisfaction you receive during the implementation phase. I personally enjoy that the sphere of licenses is a big ocean, and it's good to be part of that ocean, part of that sphere and area. Find some new connections and networks between markets, regions, publishers, authors, books, people. It's important that the competition in this area is positive. What I mean that between Ukrainian editors there is no competition as such, and if we license so and so authors does not mean that others cannot sell more or less. Vice versa, increasing the number of licenses draws attention of international publishers to Ukrainian authors, to Ukrainian print house, to Ukrainian painters and editors. So success of one leads to success of all. So it's a confidence that we can have a positive impact on the sphere at all. What is in demand now? As for me, children literature now is very demanded with sort of non-fiction books for kids. Our biggest well-sold kids non-fiction books are quite low voice and whispering, and print house Krapka. I'll try to show these books. I hope you could spot that. First book speaks about the world of sounds. The second one devoted to the visual perception of the world. And we're saying that's poems, creative text added with actual facts and figures from the sphere, and a beautiful visual performance. Both books got Bologna Ragazzi Award back in 2018. As an example, I would like to call the book Unusual Professions from Alla Gutnichenko and Yulia Kolomoyets for kids. That's a book about the boy who tells about jobs of his family. It has the descriptions of tools and instruments related to the respective jobs and professions, and some other interactive elements. From the time when book was published back in 2018, we succeeded to license the copyright for publishing and translating this book to 13 countries, from Indonesia, which was described in the map presented by Olena, up to Colombia, which to appear on the next maps edition. The market of painting is much better developed in Europe, in North America, in Asia, in comparison to Ukraine. So that's another area. These are the books which are demanded in international publishers, always drawing attention to the trends. So as for me, the kids' books are very demanded about empathy, and books stressing preserving environment, climate change challenges, and of course, same as adult literature, non-fiction, fiction. Kids' literature also respond to the realities and realm of the real world. And quite often the subject of the kid books covers or reflects the issue of migration. And I would like to recall the Marek Padet book from Slovak author Escape, translated to many languages and very popular worldwide, or the war subject, which is very critical now here, and it's still in the agenda of the kids' bookshelves. And I would like to recall the Portuguese author Andrea Letria, Aguera, so the war, published in 2018, and the author become world known. Or the book from Old Line, the Roman Romanishin book, and Andrei Lesiv, The War That Changed the World, printed in 2015, and until now been translated in 11 countries, and after February invasion, it was published in 10 more nations, and 2 more prints are in preparation. Speaking about hints, where to look and where to address to the new publishers, how to address the international markets, I would advise to start with assessing the product. What are you going to license? You have to be confident that your book or your books in your catalog could be critical and valid for international readers and publishers. The second step would be to look for a translator for English, translated abstracts, written synopses, and preparing catalogs. Quite often the literature agents suggest not to be over-engaged by your product. Sometimes it is an obstacle to be an objective in assessing your product. So maybe there is something in it, but I personally prefer the other approach. And as for me, in order to have the possibility to convince international publisher to produce your book, you have to love it first. The history of licenses has number of cases when the book no one believed in success of which that it could be translated. It became known, and some of the kids' books which are difficult in translation or adaptation, for instance, the books built as ABCs could be translated to a different language and could be successes.
Some short recommendations for other publishers. You'll know about book fairs in Bologna and Frankfurt. If you publish books for children, Bologna has to be your Easter, and Frankfurt is your New Year celebration. You never have to miss that. Also, important programs organized by Ukrainian and foreign companies, exhibitions, and other organizations. So, Literature for Export is a program organized annually by Book Arsenal or programs from Goethe Institute who cooperate with Frankfurt Exhibition. There are also programs in other countries. There's Istanbul Fellowship Program in Turkey. The application deadline next year is on December 16th. And this program is not only your entrance to Turkish market. You can find publishers from different countries in there In the first visit in 2017, I found many publishers from Denmark, from Canada, from Great Britain. I started working with the Turkish agent, and more than 10 sold projects we have with them in Turkey. Similar programs are also available all over the world. There's a very well-known program, Sharjah, in United Arab Emirates. My favorite market, though, for licensing is Korea. I was lucky to twice be in Seoul in an exhibition. I want to say that the market there is anti-monopoly. There are no big players dominating everything. Publishing business is focused on small companies, and there are a lot of these companies, and that allows for everyone to sell a lot of books for licensing in Korea. The exhibition in Seoul also has a program for new players, for new participants, and it helps them to. It helps smaller publishers to come over and fund their flights. So you can get more information from Ukrainian Book Institute or organizations. So do not hesitate and find each opportunity for travels and networking. So that wraps my small intervention. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan.
В ваших словах є дуже
I
багато
think
підказок і порад, якими можуть
there are a lot of hints and
скористатися
interesting
ті
info
видавці,
in
які
your intervention that
хочуть
publishers
вийти на
can
іноземний
use
ринок, не
who are
знають як.
planning to
Дякую
get to
дуже за
the foreign
вашу
market
таку
but don't know how.
вичерпну
Thank you for a very
міні-доповідь.
exhaustive and
І наступний до слова запрошую
informative mini
поділитися з
presentation.
нами інформацією пані
The
Наталію
next
Мірошник,
up is
менеджерку з
Natalia
публічного
Miroshnik,
видавництва «Віват»,
manager
яке також є
in
одним
Vivat
з
Publishing
найбільших
House.
гравців на книжковому ринку,
Who's,
бере участь,
Publishing House is one of the
активну
biggest
участь
players
в
in the
міжнародних
publishing
заходах,
market, very
навіть
actively
налагодили
participates in
співпрацю з
international
20 країнами
events,
іноземними, серед
has
яких Великобританія,
been
Франція, Німеччина, Італія,
working
Іспанія,
with Great
Польща,
Britain,
Латвія,
Germany, France,
Сполучені Америки та
Holland,
Китай. Пані Наталію, прошу
Latvia,
вам
China, the
слово.
US. Natalia, you have the
Вітаю,
floor.
шановні колеги.
Greetings,
Дякую
dear
за
colleagues.
можливість
Thank you for
долучитися до
the opportunity
прекрасного
to
форуму, де можна
join
обмінятися
in this great
знаннями,
forum,
досвідом,
exchange
почути
experience,
щось нове та цінне
hear
для
some
себе. Хочу
new and
сказати,
important things.
що наше видавництво «Віват»
Our publishing
особливу
house,
увагу
Vivat,
приділяє
has
популяризації
been
української книги за
working a
кордоном.
lot in popularizing
До
Ukrainian books
масштабного
abroad.
вторгнення Росії в
Before the
Україну
large-scale
ми
invasion of
займалися
Russia to
виключно
Ukraine,
правами, а
we were
наразі ще
managing
ми
rights
і
mostly,
вивозимо на експорт і
but we also
книжки
export
українською,
Ukrainian books
оскільки дуже
abroad
багато біженців,
because
яких дуже
there are a lot
хочеться
of
підтримати українським продуктом,
refugees
українською книгою. Це власне
whom we
їхній
want to
острівок
support with
порятунку і натхнення.
Ukrainian
А щодо
book,
прав,
Ukrainian
щодо
word.
продажу за кордон
As for the rights
прав на книги
and
українською
sales
українських
abroad,
авторів, то хочеться сказати, що перш за все
well, first of all,
весь пошук своїх
the
потенційних
whole
клієнтів починається
search
із
for
того, що
potential
необхідно
customers
вивчити ринок.
begins
Необхідно
with
вивчити,
market research.
що там користується попитом,
You have
які
to
там
know
умови,
what's in demand,
які тренди, які
what are the
тенденції.
conditions,
Я
what are the trends,
рекомендую
what are
знайти
the... So I
фактично
recommend
кінцевого
to
покупця, до якого
basically
можна буде
find
порадити
your end
із кінцевим продуктом
buyer
і
whom you can come
знайти саме те,
to
що буде
the
цікаво
product
цьому
and
потенційному покупцеві.
propose something
Видавництво
that's going to be
«Віват»
interesting for
починало
them.
свою діяльність
Our
із
publishing
продажу прав
house,
ще з
we started
2015 року, від самого початку
in
заснування
publishing
видавництва.
from
І першими
2013, from the
країнами, з
very first
якими ми
year.
укладали угоди, це були
In the
наші
first
сусіди:
countries
Польща, Болгарія,
we signed agreements with
Румунія,
were
Молдова.
Poland,
А згодом
Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova.
завдяки
But then
ефекту масштабу
eventually,
все
since
більше і
the
більше
scaling
країн
up,
цікавилися, і ми
more and more
подали на
countries
нові
were
ринки. Це на
interested.
Латвію, Литву,
So
Німеччину,
we got
Китай,
some
на
new
Канаду.
markets, China,
Тут
Latvia,
існує
Germany, Canada.
дійсно певний ефект
So
масштабу.
there's a
Чим
certain
більше ми продаємо, тим
scaling
більше до
effect.
нас
The more
уваги.
we sell,
Чим більш
the more
активними
attention we
ми
garner.
є на міжнародному
The more
ринку,
active
тим
we are
більш
in
ми
international
видимі
market,
і тим частіше
the
до
more
нас
visible we
звертаються
are,
видавці.
and the
Зазвичай,
more frequent
коли
the publishers
видавництво
come to us.
починає пропонувати свій
Usually,
продукт,
when the publishing house starts
то
offering their
саме
product,
видавець, саме
then the publishers initiators should be knocking on doors, offering books. But when the publisher's door is knocked and gets a request to show a book, this is the most valuable response that we want to achieve. We want to be addressed, and we want the customers come to us to ask for products. And the more chances we have, the more countries buy the rights, the higher the chances that others will also follow suit. Don't be afraid to start small. Don't compare yourself at the beginning with the big giants like Great Britain and the US. The more smaller countries are presented, then the more chances the giants will pay attention. Some got lucky, and when you speak of German speaking, then the pyramid comes from the top. Then, then everybody wants this book. Sometimes it happens, but I recommend starting small. Start from the neighbor countries. Look into their market because they're the closest in their mind mentality. So from these small countries, you build your first customer base or client base, buyers who got interested. Then eventually newer and newer will be coming in from other markets, not only Europe, but Asia as well. For Asia, the logic is clear for them of the publishers who already bought the rights for a certain book, 2, 3, 5, 10. Then there's the chances are higher than somebody from the Asian market will also come to you, or Latin American market. As for how to better present your book, this is where an important role is played not only by high quality editing and preparing, but also the promotion. Preparing the materials for presentation to foreigners. This is where you have to be very well versed in literary English. It's important to invest. Not only money spent, it's an investment into the future success. So, a professional translator should be provided with a synopsis or, if possible, an excerpt from a book, from 10%, to familiarize, to get to know the book. It's enough to have the first 10% the book in a great English language. It's also worth noting that we come to a partner when the product is ready. Not everybody has time to evaluate the quality of the title entirely. Why do they have to buy it? You have to come up with arguments. Why specifically this book is going to be good for your market? How it's going to be good? And why it's going to be successfully selling in a foreign market. Because in Ukraine it can be a bestseller, but it's not necessarily understandable book for the foreign readership. You have to be clear about this. You have to understand what are you going to sell, what are the unique selling points for the foreign buyers. And for the trend, from the start of the war, of course, there's high interest for Ukrainian products, and I would even say that the foreigners want to publish something Ukrainian. It's a trend, not only to support Ukraine, but it's a new kind of trend to publish Ukrainian stuff. So we were preparing a great book of Katerina Yegorshina, My Forced Vacation, and even before the book was published in Ukrainian, the synergy through high-quality promo, the book was sold in four other countries before Frankfurt. After Frankfurt, there's great interest because the book is telling what was happening in Ukraine the first 2 weeks of the war, and There was a great work from the author, from psychologists, invited, and the editors did a great job so that in the end we have a great product. And there is a huge interest towards it. As for the events that can help beginners find outlet, international platforms, international fairs, this is where great help is coming from Ukrainian Book Institute, who've been regularly giving us tools, thanks to which we can use and find new partners, we can find new customers, we can sign additional agreement if you need to. So thanks to these programs that Ukrainian Book Institute provides, which is like initiatives Translate Ukraine or export-oriented programs happening every summer. We can see how it works. And foreign platforms can implement the same thing in ourselves. So don't be afraid. Participate in more and more events. The more the merrier. Participate, attend the fairs, online fairs, offline seminars, forums. The more visible you are, the wider your presence, the higher the chances you get noticed. And that will enable you to become better, to improve your product, your services, because you will be enriched with the knowledge from international community, how they sell, what the tools they use. Submit your books on different catalogs, online forums. If your books are visible, the more they are visible, the higher the chances that they will be noticed. And again, all the materials should be very well prepared, very well structured, with a great literary language, high quality language, or on par. Because if it's going to be low quality translation, then the attitude, of course, will not improve. Even if the book is a bestseller in Ukraine, the foreigners will not be able to see the goodness of this book, because the quality of translation will spoil everything. If you have an opportunity to go to international programs or fairs, you have to appoint the meetings with the foreigners ahead of time, sometimes even 6 months ahead of time, with the biggest players, sometimes even 8 months ahead. You have to agree the schedule, because they have a lot on their plate usually, and it's difficult to have their attention. So plan ahead your visits, your meetings. Whom would you want to meet or sell something? It's not that every meeting is about selling something. Sometimes you just learn from a foreign partner, from a publisher, how specifically, what do they do specifically for their products to be interesting for others. So that means, again, not every meeting should necessarily end with a signed agreement. You also look for opportunities to become better, to learn more, to learn something new. Another thing, after the meeting, make sure you send the materials and ask for feedback. What do the foreign partners think about your book? That will enable you to understand what to improve, where to grow, maybe offer some other products. The feedback gives you more clarity as to what is in demand, what is popular, in a specific market, because every market is individual. There's difference between Europe and Asia. So you got to research that before you go on and offer a book to a certain publisher. You have to see whether they will be interested. Like, for instance, a publisher who's specializing non-fiction for adults, no need to offer them children's books. No need to waste their time, because they will be avoiding you if you wasted their time once. So as for the reality of working with foreign partners, another thing, you have to understand the copyright and be able to write good agreements, because that will free you of conflicts in the future. Of course, the foreigners will stress their conditions, will want to get their angle, their part of the deal. So don't neglect that. Just do not devalue Ukrainian products. You're not some cheap workforce, so you have to capitalize on the products that are. We have great products. We are worthy of the honorarium. So it's not only about the advance payments, it's about reputation as well. For instance, there are countries where others are buying rights for much higher prices. Ukraine should not be a country of reputation of low prices only. So, and don't be afraid and participate in grant projects, apply for grant projects, apply for support projects, something that can encourage the foreign publishers to come to Ukrainian market. Financial support, of course, because not everybody is ready to spend their resources to translate it from Ukrainian. This is unfortunately one of the biggest challenges right now, looking for good translators. If you have such an opportunity to help with finding a translator, which is a great benefit of increasing your chances of success. It's all possible. It's difficult, not easy. The whole process of preparing and selling abroad, but it's not impossible. Most importantly, start something. Don't be afraid. And basically, the synergy that you will be able to find means it starts with one title, then you get more and more attention, you garner more and more attention, not only to your publishing house, but Ukraine as the cradle of Slavic culture. So then eventually more publishers from others will come to you. So have great success. And hopefully next year we will not only deliver on the plan that Elena showed, but we will deliver with success. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for the tools, for the advice, for the recommendations. So I think it's going to be much easier for us to know, those of us who want to continue or start in the foreign market. It's a game you play long term. It's a marathon. It's not a quick run. Next, Victoria Mitushka, founder of Ukrainian literary agency OVO. And I think you will be excited to know how the literary agency works in 2019. And they work with many Ukrainian authors. Victoria, the floor is yours. Greetings. Okay, thank you. Greetings. This is a great joy for me to be communicating with you. Yes, literary agencies for Ukrainian markets are still a new thing, and I'm happy that I have like-minded people who supported this idea of founding a literary agency. What do we specify in? We support new Ukrainian authors, and we mostly focused on literature for adults, as Ivan said, and as Natalia said. Selling books for children, it's easier in Ukraine. And I think it's mostly because the amount of translation you have to do is much smaller for children's books rather than the adult fiction and non-fiction. So that's why we're talking about translation and translators. Finding good translators is a challenge. I know that there are profile associations of translators who get together and they unite around these translators. So we work with the authors who work in Ukrainian market, foreign market. So when you start, then the good quality material is important for adult literature. You got to be able to read 10 to 20 pages so that the publisher has a chance to assess the quality of text. And synopsis is a very important thing as well. The style, manner, this is all important. The voice, everything is important for the final decision. The authors of adult fiction who are most published, if you read them, you can see that these are people who already have their status. They are recognizable. They're a staple in the literary world, like Alexevtsov or Tsev, who already have their emotional weight. With the adult authors, especially new authors, the specificity is that the foreign publishers, they are interested not only in the number of sales, but perception of the author in the Ukrainian market. And in particular, if it's a new author, what can be important is different prizes that the author has won even in Ukraine, because that adds to the image of the author, that you can trust the success. If the author is not the new, they will continue working as a writer. So literary prizes are also a very important element in adult literature, adult fiction. When we offer a book, we not only prepare synopsis and annotation, but we always note that this is a promising author because they have such and such awards. In particular, important are foreign accolades. Pavlo Derevyanko this year received an award in Luxembourg, and that immediately increased a level of interest to his books on the foreign market. Also, I support the idea that when you have a great interpreter, when you have a great translator, then you can package not only the great material, but also a great translation. That can also serve as a stimulus for a positive decision regarding the book. And here, of course, it's a great news that for 2023, Ukrainian Book Institute also received funding for Translate Ukraine program. Often we had cases where we signed agreements with foreign publishers, and they they wrote a provision that the book is only going to be published if the translation is supported by grant. And this is how it works in many countries, Canada, etc. So the public promotion abroad cannot be overstated. Now, coming back to the question of recognition of the author, it's important. A positive factor is the authors mentioned in the foreign press, because the index in English Google for some publishers is also a high indicator. And from our side as an agency, we work to have our authors' visibility not only in Ukrainian media but abroad as well. And also I support what Natalia said about participation in fairs, trade fairs and international events. So whenever you need to arrange a meeting, you have to do it ahead of time. This year, for the first time, we had a chance to participate in Frankfurt Book Fair. And I was arranging a meeting with publishers in the summer. And the fair is slated for October. And some of them had already several slots available for the meeting. So the question of interest towards Ukraine after the start of a large-scale warfare in Ukraine is a trend. But again, this is the issue of translating literature. If you find additional funding for great translation through charity, through European programs, it's going to be a great help promoting your book abroad. So as for the children's literature, initially, as I said, we work with authors, but in Ukrainian market, there's also a number of small publishing houses who have no opportunity to have licensing departments. So the publishing houses started coming to us to represent them abroad, to represent their interests abroad. So we started working little by little with children's literature as well. So here's another advice. Illustrations and pictures in different countries historically were different. There are different styles and traditions of illustration. A book can be interesting as a topic, but just a different type of approach to illustration prevents the readership from getting more interest from the book. So not only the content, but illustration is important.
The illustrative element, and it's good not only for non-fiction kids literature, but for adult literature as well, because that's another area which constantly develops. And in Frankfurt Book Fair, it has been discussed about the children dimension, which comics has had the best interest demonstrated. And to conclude, just to fit in the time frame and allow colleagues to speak, I would like to say that I will repeat myself and colleagues that the target of your works and careful assessment of your product is part of your success. Study the market, study the print house is the foundation of getting the feedback and response, and of course live contacts and acquaintances leads to an outcome. When you talk to people, when you meet people, it's easier than to communicate, to exchange emails. Maybe the book that you would offer them for the first time, nothing would happen, because this is a long time play. maybe it may take a year or 2 or 3 before your physical book would be printed. We had several cases, the contracts were signed, but there's no grant support provided, and the book was not published. It sometimes is that it's the way to nowhere, but please take your patience, and as I love to say, knock and the door will be open for you. So I wish you all the successes and
Дякую
be
дуже, пані
patient and
Вікторії.
persistent.
Дякую
Thank you,
спікерам з
Victoria.
нашої першої частини
Thank you,
нашого заходу
our
за таку
speakers
велику
of this
кількість
first
цікавої
part
інформації,
of our
яка, я
event
впевнена,
for a
стане
significant
нагодом
amount of interesting
іншим
information, which
гравцям
sure would be
книжкового
demanded
ринку України.
by other
Тому
players of the
що
book
зараз
market of
присутність
Ukraine,
творів
because
української
now the
літератури на
presence of
міжнародному ринку
Ukrainian
книжкового є
literature
вкрай
in
важлива.
international markets is very
І
critical and
зараз
very
ми
important.
переходимо до спікерів
And
наступної частини,
we
аж
would
саме
like
до
to pass the
експортерів
floor
української
to the
книжкової
next
продукції. І я би
part of the
хотіла запросити
speakers,
до
the
слова
exporters of the
пана Івана
printed
Будного, директора
materials, and I would
видавництва
like to
«Навчальна книга
give the
Богдан»
floor
та пана
to
Олега
Pan Ivan
Тамарецького,
Budny
керівника з
and Oleg
розвитку видавництва
Demaretský.
«Навчальна книга Богдан». Видавництво, яке окрім художніх
The
видань
print
для дітей і
house,
дорослих уже 20
which
років
besides
працює над
the kids and
забезпеченням
adults
потреб національної
literature,
школи і
also
вузів у мовній
satisfy the
літературі.
needs of the
І таке, яке також
schools and
займається
higher
книга
educational
творчою
institutions,
діяльністю,
but
має
they
на увазі
also
власну мережу
trade books
збуту
and they have a
магазинів
well
обміну
set
книги.
book sell
Пане
network, book house print.
Олег.
So, dear
Добрий
Oleg,
день. Чути нас?
can you hear us?
Нашого директора звати Богдан Будний.
Our director's name Bogdan Budny. I'm sorry.
Якщо нас чути, то ми можемо починати.
If you can hear us,
Я перепрошую, пане Богдан, зачиталася, тому що
which
вже
is, dear
час
Bogdan, I was
трошки
reading,
піджимає. Прошу.
time is pressing, so please.
Ми почали
Yes.
експортувати книги ще до війни.
We started our book exports even before the war, and we had purchases, we had a limited experience of this type of work. But since the war started, probably since mid-March, we faced with a significant number of requests from abroad, from different organizations, mainly volunteer organizations, first of all. So with the beginning of the war, we started not selling, but transferring the books in a significant numbers, several pallets in one go to Poland, to other states. And immediately at this stage, there were challenges appeared with the physical transportation of the books abroad. We faced with customs. We had customs experience on import, but not with export. That was the first time. So first of all, when the export of the book takes place, you have to get in touch with the custom broker, clarify what sort of documents are required. Then, upon receiving the requests, you can cut this for 3 pieces. Cut the request, collect the request ready to go, and then send it abroad and make sure that it would be delivered and received. So the first stage of receiving the request, you have to get in touch with the distributing network or bookstores or libraries. It all has to be written. Maybe write letters, maybe call and speak in English, or better to speak the language that the country you're talking to. So at this stage, without knowing English at the minimum, not the Google Translate, you hardly can avoid. When you succeed in securing the purchase, it's not easy to make it happen. People address that they want books, but when you talk to people, you have to get your patience. Not everyone is responding immediately. Some people are slow in responding, are slow in making decisions. Sometimes we talk to people in March, but the first requests were arranged in August. So this is to keep in mind. So write a lot, several times, and it will give it outcome. When you receive the purchase, then you have to assemble and find a transporter who will deliver your load. And the problems are here that normally you will be in charge of the transporting agency, because in abroad you would be immediately asked how much the delivery will cost, how do we take it in, what are the documents required, how do we deal with that, and you have to have an answer to that. At the beginning of the war, that was really challenging because not the Nova Poshta, no Mist delivering abroad, they were not working, they stopped their services, no commercial cargo delivered, only volunteer deliveries. Now they are back in operation and you can talk to them. And of course, now there are a number of companies that can deliver small loads, some independent cargo companies or agencies. They have now experience. You can talk to them and clarify what would be the cost and what would be the arrangement. The second, the custom clearance and custom arrangements. Nothing is going to happen without custom and taxes. Either you have to find your own custom broker, or you have to deal with the transporting company, because as a rule, they would have their own brokers who deal with their cargoes, and they can help you with that. In order to process the custom clearance and declaration, you have to conclude an agreement. It should be bilateral. There should be an invoice to cross the border. Sometimes English is sufficient, but normally custom is seeking a bilingual invoice. The title of the book should be left in Ukrainian, but the purchase detail, that all should be in English, and both agreement and invoice. The agreement should be standard, but invoice may have a certain look that custom normally accepts. And then you have to talk to custom, asking for their template that you can work with that would be suitable to them. Then the delivery itself, that's the most critical because it's expensive. And secondly, if it is a small load, then some small agencies or deliverers would work with the amount starting with a pallet. The small deliverers that would be Mist and Nova Poshta, they are in operation. They say they're quick in a delivery, and they have their own custom brokers. You can work with them, but still, their speed, Ukrposhta, that's the third deliverer for small deliverers, their speed is still quite a lot. So you have to talk to your customer in every separate case. When you agreed, when you have a customer, when you have a transporting agency, when you arrange things with custom, then receiving the funding, then the Ukrainian banks sometimes are not really friendly in that. You should have the foreign currency account, because EU or United States, they would be keen to pay in euros or in dollars. And when the foreign currency comes to the bank, and if it is a legal entity, the same day, and if you agree with the bank the next day, you have to confirm that these are the proper money, provide an invoice, provide an agreement, so this money would be allocated to your account. Bank may request a translated copy of an agreement and translated invoice, so should be ready and should be working in that direction as well. So you can see from receiving the request and fulfilling the request and getting the money, it's quite a long way to go. And the other problem, which was critical for us and the main challenge, that many companies abroad are not willing to clear their custom deliveries. Small bookstores, yes, and big distributors. But How about we buy that in Europe? So we, as the publisher and the print house, we decided to register the representation abroad in Poland, for instance. All these problems that I'm talking to you right now, we lifted for ourselves because we can submit these books from Ukraine to ourselves in Poland, conduct all these clearances and admin arrangements there and sell it from there. So if anyone would see that something is go slowly and too many administrative obstacles that you have to sort in order to sell a full amount of books, we can leave the contacts in the chat and then to cooperate in selling the books. We actually do so. Too many print houses represented in our network. We transfer and we sell to libraries, to distributing companies, and to small bookstores. And we start working with marketplaces like Amazon, Allegro in Poland. And besides, we decided to open a bookstore in Poland, in Warsaw. Ukrainian books could be represented there. So if there is a wish and the will to cooperate, please let's be in touch. We'll promote Ukrainian literature abroad. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Олеже. Чи приєднається
Thank
до
you,
нас пан
dear
Богдан?
Oleg. Do we have Bogdan? Just give me a second.
Добрий день, пане
Good
Богдан.
afternoon.
Моя доповідь буде найкоротша.
My brief would be the shortest one. I just was keen to see you and you would see me. And I encourage to cooperate. I am back from Warsaw recently, and a bookstore here at Marszałkowska Street, number 31. We will leave this address for you. This is quite a big bookstore. This is to start, and we agreed that under certain circumstances, about 40 square meters would be allocated for Ukrainian books with a respective external advertisement and with a perspective to meet the authors with a respective promotion of Ukrainian books. So the colleagues who are interested in, I would encourage to get in touch and let's work.
Щиро дякую, пане Богдане, пане
Thank
Олеже,
you.
за такі
Thank you, dear Bogdan. Thank you, dear Oleg, for this very detailed instruction and guidance and an offer, ready offer and tool to export.
Дуже важливо. Дякую вам за роботу.
The only thing to clarify that we are not 20 but 25 years old now happened in November this year. Yeah, we'll take it to attention.
І наступним до слова запрошую пана
And
Сергія
the next
Паначовного,
speaker,
директора
I would
Державного
like to give the
спеціалізованого
floor
видавництва
Sergei
мистецтва,
Panachov,
засновника
director of
міжнародного
the
сервісу
Art
Book on Demand,
Print House and Book on Demand Book Service founder,
27-річному
based on
досвіду створення
27
книжкової та іншої друкованої
experience of developing books and printed material, the service of producing books with a small amounts up to printing up to one copy. So, Sergey, are you online? Can you brief us about yourself and capabilities for book printing area? I guess we lost communication with Sergey. I do hope he'll be back to our room a bit later. So I would like to give a floor to Olena Pizugla, Chief Executive Officer of Yakabu National Platform, management specialist with 19 years of experience in managing successful projects. She represents the Yakabu as an exporter, as well as the platform for digital content. So, Elena, the floor is yours. Would you please share your bit of information about both export and digital platform that you represent, the Yakabu? Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Dear colleagues, I'm very grateful for this invitation to join the discussion of such an important issue as the perspective of restoration and perspective of the development of creative industry in Ukraine. And it's tremendous to have such a platform where we, the business and the state and a wider society, jointly can develop a state policy in this area. I would like, for the beginning, to provide our assessment of the current situation on the book market. The war affected and changed the life of every Ukrainian, changed it for a long time, radically, and the entire Ukrainian business was significantly affected and broken economically, as the book printing branch in particular. But the challenge of that sort may lead to new opportunities for us. And now the attention of the whole world to Ukraine opens for us such windows of opportunity through which we can tell, we can speak about Ukrainian history, Ukrainian culture through our books in particular. And that is very important. I would like to say that foreigners, they are confident in a stable market for everything Ukrainian. Interest to Ukraine is increased in 5 times now, so access to international markets and books dissemination delivery becomes a bit easier now. The increase of demand to Ukrainian books in Europe is caused by the fact that a lot of Ukrainians appeared abroad at the moment. We are aware that about 6 million of individuals. So the books are part of humanitarian support for our citizens, for Ukrainians abroad. Speaking about the overall amount of book sales through the platform Yakabu, I can tell that with the beginning of the war, from the 24th of February, we were tracking the data, and now we can say that there is an increase in 4 times, so 400% of export operations are taking place at Yakabu platform. Speaking about e-content, e-books and audiobooks, before the war we had no sales. Now these sales are quite significant and take quite a large number of sales for external markets. Speaking about the peak of sales, we can see that these were the summer months of the sales. And speaking about the top of paper books, hard copies, these are the countries: Germany, Poland, Netherlands, United Kingdom, and Switzerland. Speaking about e-books, these are the same countries, but probably Poland would lead in that list. We, as a book platform, Yakabu, see the changes in the amounts, in the structure, and respond to that accordingly. But speaking about internal market, it seems that the increase of price to publish the book, to print the book, because the paying capacity of our clients is decreasing, demonstrates us and hints us to some ways which we as the publishers and the book retailers should work on in order to get access to international markets. Speaking about sales abroad in other nations, We speak about the United States and Canada. And first of all, the expansion of European and American markets may help us and would allow us to popularize the Ukrainian books. I would like to draw attention on the obstacles, the barriers on the way while accessing the international markets. We face with the barrier of sort that we have to overcome the absence of information among informational partners about Ukrainian books in the formats familiar to those. And the second, as Bogdan had mentioned, that our partners, international partners, they would like to cooperate with the companies which are registered in respective nations. Then those barriers related to logistics, if there is a long way to deliver the load from Europe, from Ukraine to European markets, European customers. And I think also there is an issue of copyright, but I think a lot has been mentioned by the previous colleagues of mine. What are our cases and examples that I would like to tell, which we built this year? Well, we opened our company, the representation in Poland, Yakabu Global. We set a logistic center jointly with our partner Frisco in Warsaw. And thirdly, we are working with a big bookseller, international, The Guardians, and they disseminate our books through online and offline networks to legal entities abroad. To do so, we cooperate and we joined the Nielsen book data, and we provide a description of Ukrainian books, more than 5,000 items included, and we cooperate with the libraries, international libraries. One of the examples of that sort, Goethe Institute. We operate in book selling in our mobile application for both e and audio books. And lastly, we are about, and we're expecting to happen in the nearest time, is to register in Amazon Europe of our company. And we do hope that with the beginning of next year, we'll be able to sell books in Amazon Europe. These are our cases that we have implemented this year. And we hope that for next year, we would just increase the amounts of trades and our export operations. We have an experience generated before 2022 in importing and exporting, and our strategic objective is to develop convenient and quick logistic and increase the portion of Ukrainian books in online and offline European distributors. These are the examples. Speaking about what sort of books are better sold through a platform Yakabu, these are traditional Ukrainian kids literature, and we see through analysis these are culture and historical subjects. I also would like to draw separately on our electronic content with the beginning of the war, when the entire logistic for a few months was on halt. We worked a lot through our mobile application, our Yakabu Publishing provided free of charge to use the e-books, electronic books, and thank you to the partners for joining us in doing so. There are 50 publishers who provided free of charge electronic content, and because of that, we maintained and supported Ukrainians, so they had possibility to read and have access to these books free of charge. Starting with the summer, a lot of users of mobile application had joined, more than 1 million users, and as of now, an active use is conducted by more than 10,000 clients. Now we have 14,000 books available in mobile application, and I would like to draw attention, it's a very modern application, it's protected, and it allows, I believe, that the development of electronic content is a very perspective issue for future for Ukrainian market as well. Thank you for that.
Дякую, пані Олено, за
Thank
ваші
you, Olena,
поради, за ваші кейси та
your advice, for your
можливості також
cases
для
and
інших
examples
учасників
and
ринку щодо співпраці.
possibilities for
І
other
зараз запрошую
market
до слова пана
players.
Антона
And I would
Мартинова,
like to give the
засновника та
floor
власника
to
видавництва
Anton
Лабораторія та
Martinov, the
застосунку
owner
для
and the
читання
founder of
електронних книжок
Laboratory Print
Librarius.
House, and its
Пан
application
Антон займається книжками з
Librarius,
2003
application
року,
for
а
book
обоє
reading,
заснував
is in
інтернет-магазин
business back
аудіокниг
from
Audiobooks UA.
2003 when he
З
founded
12-го
the
року
audiobook store
запроваджував
Audiobooks UR
видавництво
from
«Наш формат»,
12 to
якого він є
19
співвласником, а у 19-му
led
році
the print
був
house Nash
статусом
Format,
радником міністра
and in
культури, молоді і
2019
спорту з
became an
питань книжкової
advisor
індустрії.
of the
Після
Minister of
чого
Culture,
повернувся в
Youth and
видавничий
Sports.
бізнес, заснувавши
Then he
видавництво
returned back to a
«Лабораторія», яке
print
фокусується
business
на
and
виданні
founded
невеликої
the print
кількості
house Laboratoria,
назв книг на невеликий
targeted and
наклад, тобто
printing
не
a
кожна
small
книга
number
виходить
of
у
books with a
трьох форматах
limited
доступності
editions,
читача:
3
папір,
formats of
електронна
each
та
book,
аудіокнига.
paper,
І
e-copy, and
також у квітні
audio.
2021
And
року
also
пан
in
Антон
April
заснував сервіс
2021,
Librarius, найбільшу
Anton
колекцію
founded
електронних
this
книжок в
Librarius
Україні.
service, the biggest
Майже 100
selection of
тисяч
e-books in Ukraine,
найменувань, яка вже
almost
налічує 50
100,000 of
тисяч клієнтів. Пане
titles,
Антоне,
which
прошу.
contains 50,000 clients. So, dear Anton, floor is yours.
за таке
Thank you,
широке
Elena, for
представлення.
such a profound
Дякую
introduction.
Збройним силам України за
Thank you,
можливість
the Ukrainian armed forces, for
і
the
тому
possibility to
що
talk at all.
завдяки саме Збройним силам
And
України
due to the armed forces of Ukraine, due to our defenders, who are the biggest and best promoters of Ukrainian literature and Ukrainian book in the world, we can get together for forums of that kind. Thank you for that beautiful initiative. And I would like to tell a little about e-books market and Librarius project, which we founded as a little startup in 2021 on airspace data. So we started with a limited Ukrainian project MPP Librarius, and in this year and a half, when we passed quite a significant way, we are at the edge of launching the subscription model by the end of the year. We probably will complete the first subscription model when individual with a certain subscription fee can have access to almost entire library of e-books. And the e-books Librarius has more than 75,000 editions. That's the biggest selection of e-books in Ukraine. We have the books in Ukrainian, Spanish, French, German, and other European languages. And in 2021, that happened that we saw the window of opportunity. We had not seen good applications and decisions in the market. And we saw that there is a window of opportunity to use when Ukraine had only Russian platforms, Litres, My Book, Bookmate, but there was no ours. In fact, Google Books or Amazon, they were not in our market is limited, and it's a big risk why there are no players of the world, no Spotify, no Amazon, either others. So that's because the market is very small.
Ми не бачимо і не знаємо точних даних досліджень, але за різними оцінками ринок електронної книжки це від 2 до 5-12% у кожного видавця по-різному, але ринок електронних книжок
So we don't know exact numbers, but e-book market is several $million, from 1 to 5. It's a big port. Nobody knows exactly how big is the e-book market, but everybody knows is that it's quickly growing. Everybody sees the dynamics which happens because of the low base from 1 to 2 hryvnia. It's 100% growth. It's not 2 million. So I think it takes a couple of years more, maybe 5 or more years. We have to grow, keep growing. Because the market right now is at the bottom. Based on a survey done by Chitoma in 2018, Ukrainians back then were reading, a third of Ukrainians were reading electronic books. So this indicator makes us very similar to America, but we're not similar to the French and the Germans, but we are similar to the Americans. So that shows a great potential of the market, but at the same time low capacity to copy. And so piracy is one of the problems. So when we were looking at the market, we were looking at the biggest problems for the publishers. Why so little Ukrainian digital content? Sometimes you don't even know that there is a certain book in Ukrainian because it's only in paper. But with this small number of bookshops, a couple of hundred in Ukraine, it doesn't allow for distribution. We are all with the problem how to motivate people to read more electronically. If you don't see paper book on every corner. So if there is no service in Ukraine that can provide quick and convenient access to reading books, and a third of people are already in the number, it's hard to hope for some kind of future. So in 2021, we come to the market with the product Librarian. So we have already received 1 grant from UNICEF, and we were submitting for the second grant, and we were successful at the pitching stage, but unfortunately, it was at the end of February we had to pitch, so it got cancelled. But we had some good news. We signed an agreement with the big national logistics company, helping millions of Ukrainians in these terrible 9 months. The Ukrainian railway. So 16 million passengers a year, and everybody, they can see Librarian on the window glass. They can scan the QR code, they can upload it in the application, and you can download it and read it offline without access to internet. So
Ось
So
клієнтів, які читають
100,000 downloads
це наш такий великий сегмент клієнтів.
is a big segment of people who are reading while on the train.
Того, що запускаємо модель, підписну модель.
So now we are launching the subscription model.
Дуже скоро, в найближчі місяці,
Plus, we
можливість
soon
завантаження
will announce
лібрарію
the
своєї
possibility
книжки в EPUB
to
або
upload
PDF форматі,
your own book
для того, щоб
in
можна було
EPUB or
читати
PDF
ті
format
книжки, які вже
so
придбали.
that you can
Ми
read
хочемо
the
таким
books you've
чином
already
дати
purchased.
сервіс людям, які купували
So we want
якісь інші
to
книжки,
provide our service
ті
to
самі
people
російські
who
книжки, які
bought
зараз
books
недоступні в
elsewhere,
Україні і не будуть доступні,
Russian
тому що
books
українські
that
видавництва
are not
імпортозаміщувати, але
available in
імпортозаміщення
Ukraine
такий тривалий
because they
процес.
have to be replaced.
Тому
But
для того,
import
щоб
replacement
люди
is a
могли
lengthy process
користуватися цими книжками і
so that people
читати,
can
ми
use these books and read them.
робимо цю функцію, і вона буде
We're
доступна,
adding this
можливо, вже
function
на початку січня.
and it's going to be available somewhere at the early January.
Так, що важливо відзначити, що ми в першу чергу тестуємо всі функції
So
на iOS.
first of all, we test all the functions on iOS. iOS is 45-48% of our audience.
Але ми спочатку тестуємо, фіналізуємо весь
First,
функціонал, як з
we
видавцем,
finalize the whole functional
на iOS, а потім виходимо на
step,
Android. Ось коротко про лібрарію.
and then Android.
Все. Ми будемо йти в сторону self-publishing.
So that's a short version. We are going towards self-publishing. If you have either a book or a publishing house,
запрошені, welcome.
you are always welcome to work with us.
І да, це найбільша бібліотека електронних книжок, тому всіх закликаю до нас приєднуватися.
So I encourage everybody to
Дякую, пане Антоне.
join
І
in. Thank
наступно
you.
запрошую до слова пані Катерину
Thank you.
Аврамчук,
And next is
директорку
Katerina Abramchuk,
сервісу
director
українського бренду, який об'єднує
A-Book
в собі
service,
додаток для
Ukrainian
читання і
brand,
прослуховування аудіо та
a
електронних
reading
книжок, а
application
також
and an
виробництво
application for
аудіокниг
listening
українською
audiobooks,
мовою.
as well as
Пані
production of
Катерино,
audiobooks
прошу.
in Ukrainian.
Доброго дня, колеги. Я
Katerina,
буду
the floor is
швидко,
yours.
тому
Thank
що
you.
у нас залишається мало часу. Отже, 3 роки тому наш проект стартував як перша українська аудіокнигарня,
So
але
3 years ago, we started the first Ukrainian
можливість не тільки слухати, а й
but
читати книжки.
summer this year we added another function of
До
reading
речі, наш додаток так
and
само
listening
захищений,
to
тобто ми
audiobooks.
не
So
даємо
our
клієнтам
application is
доступ до файлів,
also
а надаємо можливість
protected.
читати,
We
слухати книжки тільки на базі нашого додатку. Власне, більш детальніше про проблему піратства, коротко тільки що
So
говорив
the
Антон.
application is to fight piracy, and as Anton said, Ukraine doesn't have the full-fledged survey of digital content and digital leadership. Key players appeared in the market of electronic content somewhere in the recent 4 years, so to say.
Продажем цифрового контенту в Україні зараз
So
ключова проблема
with the sales of digital content,
що перше, українці досі не звикли платити за такий контент.
the problem is
Тут
that
є великий прогрес, тому що, по-перше, вийшли гравці в плані книжкового контенту, плюс сервіси цифрового телебачення так само привчають людей платити за контент, і це дуже класно працює і для нас. І друга проблема в тому, що досі є велика частина...
And the second problem is that there is a significant amount of publishers who do not believe in the market of digital content. Quite often, the publishers do not have the rights for e-books, only for paper books, for hard copies, and the issue of copyright is much more significant. And the book copyright works that about 90% of audiobooks, these are our product or exclusive product. We understand this is the most competitive advantage, and we contribute and we invest a lot in that. With e-contest, which we start working from summer, and just give you a few researches of the world market. In the United States, as of August 2022, the income from e-books reduced for 6.7% in comparison with 2021. But just imagine this income in 2022 makes $673 million. selling of digital audio books increased for 5.5% and made about $300 million. And if colleagues, you are interested in data, I'm happy to share the outcome of this research. Lots of interesting information. There is an interesting trend that Washington Post makes not only the list of books, but also the list of the best audio books. So that is an evidence of interest in digital content. Australia, 37% of those who listen audiobooks started doing that in recent 12 months. That's Nielsen's research, by the way. And Italy, all are aware that in the last year there is a boom of reading, of audio listening and audio reading. Italians took about 982 million minutes. In respect of Ukraine, what I can say, absence of adequate research of the market. I can speak about information that's available to me, that's data on Abook. So the number of applications downloaded Abook in 2022 in comparison to the similar period of last year increased for some 70%. Just to remind that we have only 3.5 years. We were founded in 2019, and for 2021, from the development standpoint, was a very dynamic year. Overall, the number of downloaded content increased for 100%.
Перше, у нас зараз доступно близько 100 одиниць безкоштовного аудіоконтенту. Це більше 60 дитячих аудіокниг, подкасти, безкоштовні дорослі книжки і лекції. У нас є така штука, як функція,
so the number of overall different content is available there,
і ми помітили таку тенденцію,
and
що
quite a lot of material is available offline, and we spotted that the number of users, due to the power cuts and staying in the bomb shelters and basements, there is an issue with communication, so many users start using the function of offline listening or downloading electronic books. And secondly, audiobooks calm children very successfully. So we made a lot of our audiobooks free of charge to support parents to ease the stay with children in the basements in the circumstances which are not planned for kids, not good for kids. In terms of geography and purchasing abroad, from February 24 till December, from February to December, there was 91% of users from Ukraine and only 9% abroad. For the same period of this year, the statistic is different. 74% of readers from Ukraine and 26% abroad. So by the time of the war, the number of readers abroad increased for 17%. So Ukraine, Poland, Germany, France, United States, United Kingdom, that relates, of course, to the fact that a number of Ukrainians had moved from Ukraine, and the paper book, due to all this cool initiative of our colleagues, is not that accessible and available as digital content. So we see the positive dynamic overall in increasing the number of purchases of both and audio books, both in Ukraine and abroad. So I do hope that we expect this dynamic will increase, and those editors and publishers who are a bit concerned to join this niche, who believe that the digital content may digress the income from paper books, that because of that, the market of digital content would increase even more. Publishers would have more sales, and the book would become available abroad.
That was my presentation. Thank you, Katerina. And we have one more speaker, Igor Gura, director of the company eLibri, and the platform, which is a universal tool to work with distributors. eLibri provides the publishers a complex solution to additional publications, information distributors, and is basically a hub for distributors, making it more effective. Thank you. Thank you, and happy to see this community. And part of this community are our customers. If we talk about us, among our other participants, we started working in March 2022, during the war already, and we have more than 2,000 titles. It's the smallest base. So we have about 30 publishers in the base. So we're trying to sell electronic content on 6 continents of the world. Thanks to our efforts within this study lab, published Amazon USA, Amazon Europe, and not only there. We have an interesting case now. BorrowBox company in Britain, Australia, to support Ukrainian publishers, 100% revenues from the sales they give to Ukrainian publishers. They don't earn anything, any commission. That's how the world is ready to support Ukrainian content. So about 40,000 libraries in Ukraine are buying electronic content. Libraries all over the world. So in these libraries, we create interesting selections of literature to enjoy, coming from Ukrainian community, to give Ukrainian books for free to Ukrainians all over the world who are now refugees, because there is the libraries in Europe and in the US are welcoming electronic Ukrainian books, but we want them to be read, not only be available. So the ministries of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education should share the information. So at the moment, we're creating a database that is going to contain information about the Ukrainian publishing houses. We are now in the negotiations to ship printed books to European libraries so that we have more information what the publishers have for sale. This is another stage where we're planning to launch it in next year. That's an interesting thing. Out of the books that we have, about a quarter of them are Ukrainian publishers, but written in Russian. It's just so historically happened. But on the sale, less than 1% of Russian publications in Russian language that are sold. So basically, in my database, I can tell you that Russian language content is not sold well. That's the message. If you're going to talk to the publishers who ask you if it's worth to invest in Russian language content, it's just not selling. Maybe there is reason, but it's not selling. So from summer till December, no seasonal drops in sales. It keeps selling and it's growing. So depending on how much the publishers are investing in promotion, and it's not all the projects for Ukrainian publishers that we've talked about, so there will be many more. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Igor.
завершується, тому я
So
щиро хочу
we
подякувати
wrap
всім
this
спікерам, які
session. I want to
сьогодні,
thank all the
незважаючи на
speakers
те, в яких містах
who,
вони
despite
знаходяться,
the logistics,
України чи за
despite
кордоном,
the
знайшли
distance
можливість
in Ukraine or abroad,
долучитися сьогодні,
thank you
поділитися своїми
to all the
знаннями,
speakers who
поділитися
found
своїм
time to
досвідом
come over and
з
share their knowledge,
колегами,
their
з
experience
учасниками українського
with the colleagues,
книжкового ринку
with the
для
participants of Ukrainian book market
майбутніх налагоджень співпраці. Щиро
for
дякую
future
організаторам
cooperation.
шостого
So,
міжнародного
and
форуму
also
Україна
thanks to the
Україна,
organizers of the sixth
завдяки чому у
forum,
нас є
Creative
така
Ukraine,
можливість
thanks to
обговорити
which we
нагальні
have now
питання і
opportunity to discuss
інструменти щодо
the
розвитку міжнародної
pertinent questions
співпраці у
and
галузі
tools for
книговидання.
international cooperation in
Щиро
book
дякуємо
publishing.
всім партнерам за підтримку української
Thanks to all
книги
the
у
partners for
2022
supporting Ukrainian
році.
books in
І
2022.
щиро дякуємо слухачам за
And
увагу. І
we want to
сподіваємося,
thank our
що
listeners
з
for
сьогоднішнього
their
заходу
attention.
ви почерпнули
And
для
we
себе
hope
багато
that
корисної інформації.
you've learned a lot of
Разом
interesting
працюємо для того,
information.
щоб всі учасники українського
So keep up the
книжкового
good
ринку
work
налагоджували
together
як внутрішні,
for
так і
all the
зовнішні
participants in the
контакти
book
і
market in
були
Ukraine
присутні
to
як
arrange
постійні активні
external and
учасники
internal networking
у міжнародній книжковій
so that
спільноті.
we
Дякуємо за
keep
увагу.
participating in the international book and readership community. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your participation and attendance. So greetings to the participants of the webinar who are listening to us online and offline. A little technical information for those participants who registered ahead of time and who will be watching our meeting online. We have a bilingual event. Part of the speakers will speak Ukrainian, part will speak Polish. So we have simultaneous interpreting available for you. In order to turn it on, you have to press the button that you can see at the bottom. Looks like a globe. And select the language that you want to listen to, Ukrainian or Polish or English. And for our Polish colleagues, the same information is in Polish language.
Zapewniamy tłumaczenie symultaniczne. Aby go łączyć, należy nacisnąć przycisk z globusem, który widać w prawym dolnym rogu. Jeżeli Państwo chcą słuchać ten webinarium w języku polskim, to trzeba po prostu wybrać właśnie język polski. Дякую всім за увагу і передаю слово нашим модераторам, пані Олександрі.
Thank you, and I will pass the floor to Alexander and Eric as moderators.
Добрий день.
Hello, I'm Alexander Koval, director of Ukrainian Book Institute. For some reason, I hear two voices. I can hear interpreting and I can hear everybody. Do you have the same problem? All right, now I hear my own recording with a 30-second delay. For some reason, that doesn't make our work any easier for some reason. So we obviously have some overlapping sounds. We'll try to sort out these technical issues.
Шановні учасники нашого третього вебінару, польсько-українські діалоги з
of Polish-Ukrainian dialogue for
Це
books.
вже, як я сказала, третя
This
наша
has
зустріч
been our
відбувається за
third meeting already, as
Польської книжкової
initiated
палати,
by the Polish
Асоціації
Chamber
перекладачів
of
художньої
Publishing,
літератури польської,
Association of Polish Translators of
літературної
Fiction,
спілки,
and Literary Union,
Української асоціації видавців
Ukrainian
книжного
Association of
видавництва
Publishers
і
and Distributors of
Українського
Books,
інституту книги.
and Ukrainian Institute of Book.
Польської книжкової палати, Асоціації перекладачів художньої літератури польської, Польської літературної спілки, Української
We're still sorting
асоціації
out
видавців і книгорозповідачів,
some technical issues. Hopefully we'll sort them out soon.
Польської книжкової палати, Асоціації перекладачів художньої літератури польської, Польської літературної спілки, Української асоціації видавців і книгорозповідачів. Вибачте, я мушу вийти з цього зуму, тому що я чую себе 4 рази.
So I have to leave Zoom now for a while because I can hear myself in a quadruple repetition of sound. For some reason, we don't know. Maybe while we're waiting for Alexandra to reconnect, maybe we'll ask Eva. So I'm returned. And the sound is okay now. Our participants are writing that they don't have microphones or video cameras, but I hope they see us and hear us. But we were not actually planning on giving the listeners the microphone, because if you're not the panel, you can ask your questions, but you can only speak if you're a panelist. I hope you have access to the chat function. So greetings once again. And this is the third webinar in the cycle of Polish-Ukrainian dialogue. We're going to be talking about not how to sell translations of Ukrainian books in Poland, we have a wonderful panel of speakers. But I would like to start with the presentation of the catalog of the rights for Ukrainian books that Ukrainian Institute of Books have prepared for the Frankfurt Book Messe. And with this presentation, you will hear my colleague, Angelina Trochimchuk, who basically was arranging this catalog and managing it. But before that, sorry for the inconvenience because we had these sound glitches, but I wanted to present our co-moderator of this meeting, Eva Pengsen-Kluczkowska, who is a translator and an expert in literature and a member of the Union of Polish Literary Translators. Eva, greetings. But now I would like to pass the floor to Angelina Trochimchuk first. Greetings, everybody. So I'm going to give you some more details about the catalog of publications recommended for translation, which is published on the Frankfurt platform. If you have the opportunity, you can now open your browsers and repeat what I will be doing to better understand how to interact with the platform. If you don't have that functionality right now, no problem. I will turn on the broadcast of the screen. You will see everything. After the meeting, we will publish a printed visual instruction how to do it, how to use the system. Just a second.
Сподіваюся, вам видно мій екран. І для того, щоб перейти на сайт франкфуртського книжкового ярмарку, а саме Frankfurt Rights, in order to proceed to the website of this Frankfurt Rights website, you use the search engine, you type in Frankfurt Rights, and then the page you need is the first in the search output. So this is the main page. So what do we need here? For convenience, we recommend to register, but that's not mandatory for everybody. You can keep using it as an unregistered user. But I will still tell you how to do it because it's very convenient and it only takes a couple of 10 minutes of your time. So at the top right corner, you see a button, register an account, and you need to register as buyer. Here it offers to fill out the form, and just as always, with all the mandatory fields are marked with an asterisk. You have to fill them out, otherwise it won't let you further. You agree to the rules of the community, confirm that you are not a robot but a human being, and then press submit. Then on your email you will have a letter which has your username and the password. This you will need this information to get into your account. And then in the letter there is a link for account activation. You follow that link, you open this window for input. So you select the button in the middle. So here's the Frankfurt Rights account. You input your data that you have on the mail, and then you press login. And so greetings, now you are registered in the system. Next, to return to the main page,
what you do is press Frankfurt Rights, and by doing so, you return to where we started, and you can keep using as both registered and or unregistered user. In order to find our catalog at the platform, it's worth just to use the search field to input books from Ukraine, or it's like this. You press search, and then you see it takes a little while to load. And now we can see a trusted partner, Ukrainian Institute of Books, and the catalog, Books from Ukraine. If suddenly you didn't remember the name, there's an easier way. You can use the search engine and just write Ukraine, and that is also the search. Again, you find the catalog. You can also search by the type, by the name of institute, Ukrainian Book Institute will also give you this output. But when you're looking, when you're searching by keyword Ukraine, you can find 453 titles at the moment. But in the catalog itself, there is a little less at the moment. Why? Because other than Ukrainian Book Institute adding titles to the catalog, Books from Ukraine, also independent publishing houses, they can add their own titles, so there are more and more such titles on the platform. At the moment, let's proceed to the catalog itself. For this, you need to press button Books from Ukraine. And this is the main page of our special collection, which is presented at the Frankfurt Rights. So you can find here the button which will move you to the website of an institution in English. You can see a description of what the institute is doing and its main projects. Also, if you are a registered user, you can subscribe to the Institute's page, and you can write a message just one click away. These functions will not be available if you're not registered as an account. Next, what you see is key titles. There are about 30 of them. You see they are changing one after another. You can interact with them if you press any of the books presented here. Below, there's a short description of the institute, and followed by a description and the direct link of Translate Ukraine program. Below, you can find a small sign of a Facebook, a small icon. This is where you can follow the link, Ukrainian Book Institute on Facebook, and the categories. What books are presented on the website? If you know 100% what are you looking for, like a book of culinary recipes, you can click food and drink as a category. So in our catalog, there are culinary books.
А інша книга – це книга відомого в Україні шеф-кухаря.
Ukrainian
Про українську
Tatar.
книгу в 70 стравах.
And this is the author talking about Ukrainian National Book of 70 dishes. If you want to look at the entire catalog, you have to return to the main page. And between the buttons with the contacts and key titles, there is a small button which says view all titles. You press it, and it will let you see all the titles in the catalog at the moment. Let me draw your attention at once that it's very convenient to use filters here and sorting. So filtering titles in Ukrainian catalog, I recommend by category. Filter by category, by status of publication, and the year of publication. What is the status of publication? In the catalog, there are books that are physically published, but there are also those that are still not yet published, not yet printed. They're still being prepared. So we're going to look at them right now. Some of them already have the title page, but some of them don't, but you can still already see them. And if you're interested, you can contact the rights holder to translate abroad. In order to return to the list of all books, you return to all titles at the top of the page. Also, what you can do is you can search by name of the author. For that purpose, you put in the search field, let's say one of the authors, let's say Zhatan. You click search, and it gives you 12 results. Here, I would like to draw your attention that the surname of the author is interpreted as a keyword. Let's say we have an anthology of Ukrainian poetry from Tuchina to Zhatan. So there are some authors' names, that's why it gives you an output. And also, you can, another book, Mixing Blood with Coal, of Alexander Mikheda. In the annotation, it mentions Zhatan because of the blurb that Zhatan left for this book. And that's how you find it by context. Plus, we can see how filter by year can work. Let's say 2020, and this is where we see 6 books by Zhatan that were published in 2020. Our next search criteria or filter criteria, it can be keyword. Let's find the keyword that everybody knows at the moment. Let's put war as the search query, and it gives us 349 articles of search. So I would suggest to sort them out by category. Let's sort out children's books. So we have 107 publications connected to the topic of war. Loading. And here they are, all of them. And using example, we can see how the books are presented in the catalog.
Children's and young adults, the title, and the author. In this case, that's Art Studio Agravka. A brief description and tags. Tags are clickable, so you can click any of this, and the platform will offer you a selection. From the right-hand side, you can see the front page and a few buttons to press. If you're a registered user, you can add to your favorites. And in one click, send a message to the Institute of the Book, Ukrainian Institute of the Book. Then you can see more information. What's worth paying attention is the rights information. In this field, we provide the information on the languages which the copyright was sold or translation was sold. In this case, you can see so many translations are available at the word that change from the. And this field is very important because here we provide the contacts of the copywriter. If you are not a registered user, you won't be able to send a message to the institute, but you can find the contact of the right owner in this rights information field. On the right-hand side, again, you can see the awards and endorsements and a short bio of the authors. And the last information, not less important, bibliographic information. You can find here who is the publisher, what is the original language, what is the age group, the year, ISBN, number of pages, status, and original title in Ukrainian, and name and last name of the author. In this case, that's the Creative Art Studio Gravka. And the last thing that is in here, that's the category to which the book belongs to. In our case, that's children's and young adults, and it's personal and social issues. That's personal survived experience. Coming back to our catalog, and here I can say that in our catalog, we currently have 366 editions. We are working on increasing this number, so about 500 titles. All of those are divided by groups. They are spread by groups. To start, I have to say that there are some key titles that we saw on the front page. Why is it important to draw attention? If you press the key titles, you will have the submenu for all the titles. More than a little bit than third, about 36, 36 key titles, and we are drawing attention to the most critical books, 77 Days of February, that was published just a few weeks ago and already translated abroad. And this is the book of reports about the first weeks of the war in Ukraine after February 24th. Also, there are some creative books which was awarded or that Ukrainian audience recognized highly. The other book to draw attention, the Disney of KGB, a very contentful Chernobylsky dossier KGB that describes the Chernobyl power plant, nuclear power plant station, from the construction to the accident. There is an edition about collective memory of starvation, Golodomor, Crimea, the east of Ukraine. That's our most demanded books, which we recommend to draw attention now. And then we have 10 groups of editions, art books, artistic books. Here we have books, photo, as well as art in general, and researches and studies, and separate individuals and personalities. Quite profound list. And I would like to draw attention that some books are presented here in 2 or 3 groups. For instance, the Templars by Serhiy Zhadan, they are in art books because there we have paintings of Ukrainian artists. Zhadan produces quite a lot joint publications with Ukrainian artists, so these are in art books. But at the same time, this is a poetry, so we can find his books in the group of poems, of poetry. Just a second. Coming back to the catalog. Well, well, got it. Next one, there's a category of fiction. I didn't mention that in order to open the whole list, you just press the banner. Children, graphic novels, comics, history of Ukraine, all the ones that are based on the actual historical facts. So that would be non-fiction books, poetry, public domain that could be discovered in Ukrainian wider access and Russian-Ukrainian wars. This is a list of books. Some of them are devoted to modern, actual after February 24th, published. So they present the most fresh and vivid experience and keep the documentary records of what's going on right now. And those which are bestsellers like Internet by Zhadan or The Tracks on the Road, Валерій Маркус. The last that I can draw your attention is that's beside the filters. We have categorizing. Why is it important?
Є сортування. Воно знаходиться там, де фільтри, але з правого боку ми можемо вибрати
where the filters are, but on the right-hand side, you can see the number of books presented on the page.
Можемо відсортувати наші
And we
дані.
can sort our data.
Зараз вони відсортовані за
Now it's
релевантністю,
sorted
тобто
by the relevance.
платформа має на увазі за
The
популярністю.
platform means the
Якщо ви
popularity.
натиснете title,
If you
це
press
за
the title,
алфавітом.
that would be
Можна
the
також
alphabetic order.
відсортувати за датою
You can
публікації
sort by the data
та
of
за
publication
датою додавання
and
книжок до
the date
платформи.
when the platform had
Тобто, якщо
received
ви
the book.
зайшли і подивилися, що
Most
зараз
recently added.
366
So if you
книжок,
see
завтра
366 books and
370,
tomorrow that would be 370, and you can see what were the new ones added recently. Just pick the recently added.
за останніми оновленнями. І останнє, що я вам покажу.
And the last that I'm going to show.
Так, зараз з'явився інтернет. Якщо відкрити
If we open up
останню категорію
the last
Russian-Ukrainian
category,
Wars,
Russian-Ukrainian
то
Wars,
після неї ви можете побачити дуже
and
такий
following it you can
непомітний
see
заголовок, який
a very
називається My Rights.
poorly
Ось
spotted
це саме тут
title,
починається
My Rights. That's
перелік
where
усіх
the list of
абсолютно видань,
all,
які не
absolutely all
поділені,
editions,
а будуть просто
which
в
are
типу
not
порядку
divided, but will go just
366 видань,
one by one,
і які саме тут ви
366,
їх і сортируєте, те, що я
and
вам
that's
показала.
one that you
Внизу тут є
sort
сторіночки,
off.
ви
At the bottom there are
повертаєтесь
pages, you just switch between, going to the second, for instance,
і дивите, і так передивляєтесь усі
and
видання
look
один
through
за одним.
all the editions one by one.
Так, Ангеліна, дякую
Yeah,
вам. Ви
thank
закінчили, так?
Does that complete your
Закінчили,
part?
дуже
Yes.
дякую.
Thank you very much.
І тепер я передаю слово
And I would like to
своїй
give the floor to my
співмодераторці
co-moderator,
Ключковській, щоб вона
Eva
представила дальших наших
Ключковska, to
спікерів.
introduce our speakers further on. That would be our Polish colleagues, translators from Polish to Ukrainian to Polish.
Tak, jako pierwsza osoba ze strony polskiej spośród panelistów zabierze głos profesor Katarzyna Kotyńska z Instytutu Slawistyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk, literaturoznawczyni, tłumaczka literatury ukraińskiej i białoruskiej. Pani profesor omówi ten katalog, który Państwo przed chwilą oglądali, przedstawi go oczami tłumaczki i znawczyni tematu. Prosimy Pani Profesor.
Dziękuję bardzo. Czy mnie dobrze słychać? Dobrze. Ja mam dwie drobne uwagi. Po pierwsze, skoncentruję się nie tyle na bardzo konkretnych pozycjach książkowych, ile na tendencjach i grupach, na tym, co mnie się wydaje we współczesnej literaturze ukraińskiej najciekawsze. A po drugie, nie do samego końca się chyba zrozumiałyśmy z panią Aleksandrą Kowal, której dziękuję za zaproszenie, bo popatrzyłam na literaturę ukraińską w ogóle, a nie tylko na to, co jest fantastycznym skądinąd i bardzo przemyślanie skonstruowanym katalogu. Więc będę się odwoływać zarówno do tego, co w katalogu jest, jak i do tego, czego w katalogu jeszcze, jak sądzę, nie ma. I ostatnia uwaga, to jest przegląd subiektywny, mój przegląd. Nie reprezentuję niczyich interesów, nie jestem związana z żadnym z wydawnictw ani z autorów, których będę wymieniać z nazwy bądź też z nazwiska. Po prostu są to rzeczy, które mnie jako czytelniczkę i potencjalną tłumaczkę też zainteresowały.
Issue. So there was an introduction of Katarzyna Katyńska, the translator Ukrainian to Polish, and some of her experience working with Ukrainian editions. I'm back in service now. Here's my screen.
Tak więc, jak mówiłam, przegląd subiektywny. Proszę uważać przy przeglądaniu katalogu, to jest informacja dla wydawców, przede wszystkim
catalog that has been mentioned, that's information for publishers. The catalog is beautiful. However, I was surprised how many books available in Polish, and I know that rights were purchased, and in the nearest time these books will come to life, so that makes me optimistic.
Bardzo to jest dla mnie budujące, ponieważ to oznacza, że grunt jest przygotowany.
I like it very much, that motivates me, and it means that everything is ready.
Te ukraińskie książki już u nas są i już mają dość
You will join the market where Ukrainian books are already available.
Trzeba ją oczywiście rozszerzać i rozbudować. Co dają polskim czytelnikom ukraińskie książki? No właśnie. są bardzo
that
potrzebne właśnie
allows
teraz,
the
kiedy mamy bardzo
readers
szeroki, choć wymuszony przez
access to
wojnę
Ukrainian books.
kontakt polsko-ukraiński na każdym możliwym froncie i na każdym możliwym rogu ulicy.
Due to people
Mówię
like
tutaj
me, and there is
zwłaszcza o literaturze
contact
popularnej, o
at
literaturze
every corner.
gatunkowej, czyli o tych książkach, które służą na pozór tylko do tego, żeby je przeczytać i mieć z tego radość. Nie o książkach
I'm
naukowych
speaking
i nie
about
o literaturze z
the
najwyższej
books
półki.
that
To są książki, po które ludzie sięgają po
aimed
to, żeby
to
sobie poczytać,
bring joy and happiness. I'm not meaning the scientific books. I rather speak about the books that people read for pleasure. And when
Polaków o Islandii.
there is an
Chłopcy, którzy
opportunity
czytają,
behind
będą o
and they
Islandii
can
coś
learn
wiedzieli, pewnie
something. For
głównie
instance,
dzięki islandzkim
Poles
znakomitem
are aware
opowieściom
about
kryminalnym.
Iceland.
Ukraińcy
Those
mają
who
na
are aware about
zaoferowania
Iceland, at least
mnóstwo
a bit
absolutnie
something, probably
fascynujących
because they read
rzeczy,
some
na dodatek ze znacznie
Iceland
bliższych
criminal
okolic
books.
geograficznych
Ukrainians
niż
offer us
odległa
a
Islandia.
significant number of very interesting books which
Powieści
are more
kryminalne to jest to,
closer
czym
to us
zacznę,
by the regional
bo ja
dimension.
osobiście
Criminal
kryminały
reading, that's
uwielbiam.
something
A
that
jak są
I'm
dobrze
going to start
napisane,
with
to tylko
because
dobrze.
I do enjoy reading
W
criminal
literaturze ukraińskiej, wśród
books, and if it is a
współczesnych
well-written,
autorów
it's even
ukraińskich
better.
mamy bardzo
Ukrainian
wielu autorów,
literature, current Ukrainian
którzy
literature,
potrafią
there are
zarówno doskonale
many
sobie
authors
skonstruować intrygę,
who can
jak i
build
wbudować
the
ją
intrigue
w zręcznie
and insert that
skonstruowane tło społeczne,
intrigue
polityczne i historyczne zwłaszcza.
in the
Moda
social,
na
political,
kryminały
and
retro,
historical
na kryminały
background,
osadzone w
the
mniej lub
fashion
bardziej odległej
to
przeszłości,
old-fashioned
rozszalała się
criminal
wręcz w
stories
ukraińskiej
taking place
literaturze
in the past.
popularnej.
It's in
I
blossom
od
in
jakichś
Ukrainian fiction.
10 lat zaryzykuję, jest bardzo
And
wielu
it's
autorów,
probably
którzy
for
z
some
powodzeniem
10
tę
years
pracę
in a row,
uprawiają. Z autorów znanych już w
we
Polsce
see
mogą sobie Państwo
many
spojrzeć w
authors who are
Bogdanku
very
Łęku,
successful
wydawany przez wydawnictwo
working
bodajże
in
Anagram.
this
Natomiast
area. In Poland, Bogdan
nie
Kolemichuk is
pojawia
very
się do
well
tej
known,
pory na polskim
for
rynku
instance.
Andrii Kokociucha, nie ma Jewelii
But
Kononenko, nie mamy Wasyla
besides,
Szklara, Wasyla Korzelanki.
there is not in
Każdy z
Ukrainian
tych
market
autorów
Yevgen
produkuje coś
Kononenko,
innego,
Kokotiucha,
ale
Kozelenko. Each and every of these author offers
to są
something
ciekawe
own, their own personal.
interpretacje przeszłości,
But overall, these are very
i
interesting
Kijów,
interpretations
i
of the
różne
past.
inne miejscowości się w tych
Both
książkach
Kiev
pojawiają.
and Lviv
Co bardzo
and
ważne,
other
moim
cities and
zdaniem,
towns appear
z
in
punktu
these
widzenia
books.
polskiego czytelnika,
And
i to
from
bardzo
my
ważne również z
standpoint,
mojego
from the
punktu widzenia jako
Polish reader
kulturologa,
view, it's very important.
to są bardzo często obrazy
It's
przeszłości,
important
która
for me
jest tak
as the
naprawdę nasza
cultural
wspólna do
researcher.
jakiegoś stopnia.
These are the
Na
pictures from the
przykład
past,
Lwów początku
which
wieku,
to
na
some
przykład
extent
Lwów
is our common
międzywojenny.
past. For instance, Lviv at the beginning of the
Możliwość
century,
zobaczenia go od
Lviv in
innej
between the
strony,
wars,
która często
and the
polskiemu
possibility to
spojrzeniu
see
umyka,
Lviv from a different view,
może być
which
zarówno
oftenly
intrygująca, jak
is
i
not known
już
to
w dalszej
Poles,
perspektywie pouczająca. To, w
may
jaki sposób
contain an intrigue and
autorzy
maybe
pokazują na
to
przykład
teach
Kijów
something
lat
new. The way how the
15
authors
XX wieku, Kijów
demonstrate and
carski,
presents Kiev
sprzed I wojny światowej. Z jednej
of the
strony
beginning of the
zabrzmiało
20th
dość
century
znajomo, bo
up to the
wiemy
First World
wszyscy,
War.
gdzieś mamy
On
w
one hand, that would
głowach
be something
jakiś
very
obraz
familiar
carskiej Rosji i tego,
because
jak ten
somewhere
świat działa.
we have
Ale
sort of
możliwość spojrzenia
picture
na
and
niego od
imagery of the
środka, z zupełnie
Tsarist
innej
Russia
perspektywy,
and the world of
oddanych tego
these
samego
times,
imperium,
but
ale
an
jednak
opportunity to have a look
inaczej
at
w tym
this
imperium
Tsar's world
mocowanych,
from inside,
wydaje mi
from
się
a different
bardzo
angle,
intrygująca.
being citizen of this empire, but living
Kolejna
on a
rzecz,
different
która we
principles. To
współczesnej
my
literaturze
point, it
ukraińskiej ma
is very
średnie,
intriguing.
to są
The other thing
wszelkie efekty
that makes the
nadprzyrodzone,
current
czy też
Ukrainian
zjawiska z
different,
pogranicza świata
it's a variety
racjonalnego.
of
Bardzo
subnatural
często
appearances
te wątki,
which are
które
at the
tutaj umownie
edge of
nazywałam
rational
nadprzyrodzonymi,
world.
są mocno
Very
osadzone,
often
bądź
these
też
stories, which
wyraźnie
are, I
wyrastają z
personally call
ukraińskiej
probably
demonologii
subnatural,
łykowej
grow
lub
from
z
Ukrainian
ukraińskich
folks'
wierzeń
demonology,
ludowych, czasem
from
około
Ukrainian
zbudowanych
folk
grupów
and
geograficznych
traditional
również
beliefs.
związanych z religią, ale niekoniecznie.
Sometimes these are built around
To jest
views and
kapitalny sposób
imageries
włączania
related to religion. Not
świata
always it is a good way
niemierzalnego naszymi
to
materialnymi
combine
miarami w
that we
zupełnie zwykłe,
can't
codzienne
measure
doświadczenie
with any
bohaterów
rational
książek.
measurements
Te transfery
with
między
a
przestrzeniami
daily
czasowymi
life
albo
and
pojawianie
experience
się
of the
rozmaitych istot
story
z
characters. This
pogranicza naszego świata i
transparency
świata
between
ducha
times, appearance of new
potrafią
creatures
być
who live at
tak
the edge of
naturalne i
our
tak
world and
przekonujące,
spiritual world.
że człowiek
These
zaczyna się
are
zastanawiać
so
potem, idąc po
natural
ulicy, czy nie
and
mija
these are
przypadkiem
so
jakiejś nowej
convincing in
wersji
its
mawki,
reality
albo czy przypadkiem
that an average
Tucha i Wstydu
citizen
wcale nie jest jednak
walking
prawdziwa
along the
postać, to nie
street
tylko
starts
postać z
thinking
mitologii. Bardzo
whether
organicznie to jest,
Mavka
bardzo
passed by
organicznie przenikają
or
się te
whether
światy.
a Chugaister
Kaharzyk,
exists in reality,
Zacharzy
because it's not only the
Karemki, przedstawiony na tym
mythology,
slajdzie we
so these
fragmentach, był
worlds are
publikowany na
connected
polskim
tightly in a
Kaarcie,
very
więc gdyby
natural
ktoś z
way.
Państwa był
Kahalik by
ciekaw, to
collection Karenko
odsyłam.
was published in Kharkiv,
Te ślady
Kaharti
w Moskwie Wasyla
by
Kurzelewicza to już
fragments,
jest w tej
so you
chwili
can
klasyka.
have a read of some
Obawiam się, że,
extracts,
znaczy
abstracts.
inaczej, mam nadzieję, że znajdzie się odważny
Wasyl
wydawca, bo
Kozielянka
moim
has
zdaniem
been a
dawno należałoby
classic,
wydać po polsku. To jest świetnie
and I
napisana
think there would be a brave publisher
powieść
who will produce it in a Polish language.
awanturowo-przygodowo-wojenna. Jedyny
Because
problem dla
in my
polskiego
view,
rynku
this is
jest
a
taki, że
perfect
znajdą się tacy, którzy zobaczą w niej
adventure
wyłącznie
military
głównego bohatera żołnierza
reading.
UPA,
The
a
only
nie
problem
wszystko,
is that
co przewrotnie, gorzko i
perhaps there
niezwykle
would be
celnie z tego
those
faktu
who would
wynika.
see in this book
Walerii
just
Szewczuk,
the
Trzy
main
Ludzkie Żarty, to
character,
jest
who
książka z
is the
troszeczkę innej
UPA
kategorii.
warrior,
Walerii Szewczuk jest
and needs the other bits and pieces of this book
pisarzem nieco starszego
in
pokolenia,
respect of three who lives
błyskotliwym stylistą,
behind the wall.
mistrzem
He is the
wykorzystywania
author of the bit
wątków,
more respected generation. He is a real stylish
z odległej
artist in
historii,
using the
splatania ich z
stories
ukraińską
and
teraźniejszością.
casts and
Mamy po
plots
polsku
of old
jego dwie
chronicles,
książki, jego dwie
and he is
powieści.
perfect in
Na pewno
combining
nie
those
zaszkodziłoby
with
więcej.
modern Ukrainian realities. Two of his novels are
Kolejna rzecz,
translated into
która
Polish, but I'm sure
jest
more of those worth translating.
znakomita we
Other
współczesnej
thing,
literaturze ukraińskiej. Tego trochę Państwo znajdą w
which
katalogu
is absolutely
frankfurckim.
tremendous in a modern
To jest
Ukrainian
ukraińskie
literature,
bezprzyczyny. Tego nam
and it's
bardzo
a
brakuje,
bit in a
bo nie ma
Frankfurt
nic
Ride
lepszego niż
catalog. That's Ukrainian
poznawanie
nonfiction.
kraju
That's what we're
oczami
missing a lot,
osoby, która jest
because
w
there
nim
is nothing
zanurzona
better
i potrafi w dodatku spojrzeć na
than
ten kraj
familiarize the
krytycznie,
nation with the
na
eyes
kraj,
of
na
individual
historię, na geografię.
who at one hand comes
Ukraińcy
from
mają od
this
kilku lat
state,
konkurs
on the other hand can have a
reportażu
critical
literackiego.
look
Konkurs nazywa się
at
Samomylej.
this state.
Organizuje go między innymi
Ukrainians for
wydawnictwo
several
Kontora.
years in a row are doing a
Znakomite
competition
książki
of
ukazują się
reports
również w
of
niedużym,
Samovidzic
stosunkowo nowym wydawnictwie
arranged by
Dyskursus.
Tempora
Sporo
Print
wydaje w
House,
nurcie Nasz
very
Fragment.
good books
Na nazwiska
appearing in
takie
a
jak Olesia
small print
Jarenkowi
house
i jej
Discoursus.
książka Nasi inni
A
o
lot is produced
mniejszościach
by our
narodowych
format, Olesia
z
Jaremchuk and
terytorium
her
dzisiejszej
book,
Ukrainy.
Our and
Na takie
Others
nazwiska jak
about
Oleg
national
Krysztopa
minorities
i
of the
jego
modern
fantastyczną
Ukraine.
zupełnie książkę
Oleg
Ukraina, skala
Krysztopa
1:1,
and
zbiór
his
reportaży.
absolutely
Natalia
fantastic
Kubaziuk,
book,
pisząca
Ukraine
chociażby
Scale
o
1 to
okupowanym
1,
Krymie. Aleksander Mychet,
such a
który pisze o
combination,
Donbasie.
compilation of
Na te
reports.
wszystkie
Natalia
nazwiska
Komeniuk,
bardzo warto zwrócić
who
uwagę.
describes the
Dodaję
occupied
jeszcze
Crimea,
do
Alexander
projektu
Mechet,
Ukrainy
writing about Donbass. All these names are worth paying attention.
nie dlatego, że chcę
I
Państwu
also would like
zareklamować
to leave the
gotową
link
książkę,
here
tylko
to
dlatego, że chcę
Ukrainer
zareklamować
project,
sam
not because
projekt
I want
i
to
sam
recommend
pomysł
you
na
a
to, co one
ready to
robią.
go book, but because I would like
To
to
jest
speak about sub-project, about idea what they are
ekipa
doing.
dziennikarska, filmowa,
This is the group of
ogólnie rzecz biorąc medialna,
journalists,
bardzo, bardzo internetowa, która
media
przygotowuje reportaże
individuals
według bardzo różnych kluczy, z Ukrainy. Na ich
And
stronie
those who
można
produce
przeszukiwać te
reports
reportaże
on a
pod
different
kątem
subjects
zagadnień,
related to Ukraine
pod kątem
on their
regionów,
page,
lokalizacji,
you can
haseł i tak dalej.
find different
Oni również
reports.
wydają
You can
książki z
search
tych
by
swoich
region,
badań terenowych.
by subject. They
Jakbym
also
mogła
publish the
pozwolić
books
sobie na
about
jakieś takie
those
zupełnie szalone
field
marzenie,
researches.
to chętnie
And if I
wyobraziłabym
could
sobie
allow
książkę
myself to
zrobioną
dream,
przez ekipę Ukrainera z
really wish
materiałów
to see the
Ukrainera
book
specjalnie dla polskiego odbiorcy. To by było
which
i
was
wizualnie, i
written by the
tekstowo
team
bardzo,
Ukraine
bardzo interesujące, bo
deliberately
bazę tematów i
published
bazę materiałów mają
visual and
już
by
w tej
text.
chwili
That
ogromną,
would be
a można by się było
really
zastanowić, w jaki
interesting
sposób to
because the
sprofilować.
format base and
Ich gotowe
material
książki
base
oczywiście
that
też
Ukrainer
istnieją i
possess
też jak najbardziej
is
czekają na
enormous. So
swoich
maybe
polskich
we can think
wydawców.
how to do such a profile for a Polish reader.
Miałam w zasadzie nie mówić o książkach dla dzieci, ale nie potrafię się
I was
powstrzymać.
not going
Art
to
Studio
speak about
Agrawka
the
zostało już tutaj
children
przywołane.
books.
To są dwie ich książki, które zostały wydane w Polsce.
Today we had
Pokazuję je
mentioned
tutaj, żeby
the
Państwo mieli pewność, że
Art
można po nie
Studio, two
sięgnąć i na
books
własne
which
oczy
were
i własnymi rękami się
published in
przekonać, jak
Poland.
doskonałe
And I
jest
show
to
those
przedsięwzięcie.
in order to
Rękawiczka
say
i
that
wojna,
we
która
have
zmieniła
them
RODO.
in our market. You can
A
touch those,
serii o Krecie i
you can have a
rodzinie
look and
Mariany
see how
Prochaśko i Tarasa
incredible
Prochaśki,
those editions are.
którą tutaj na moim
And
slajdzie
Syria
reprezentuje Kto zrobi
about
śnieg w katalogu,
Mariana and Taras
chyba następna część tego
Prochasko
cyklu. Naprawdę nie mogę odżałować, że mimo
makes
naszych
the
starań
snow will make
do tej pory
that's
nikt nie
another book of
przygarnął.
the series.
Cudowna,
Unfortunately,
ciepła,
no one currently
prorównościowa,
had
prorodzinna,
read this book. This
proemancypacyjna i
very warm book
proniezależnościowa
about family,
książka
about
o
emancipation,
rodzinie,
about
w której każdy
independence,
ma swoje prawa i obowiązki, w której wszyscy trzymają
about
się razem i
family,
nawet jak ktoś nabroi, to zawsze znajduje się z tego
who
jakieś
has
wyjście.
their rights and freedoms
Nawet jeśli
and
krety nie
commitments,
żyją
and even if
w
something
grupach
goes wrong,
rodzinnych, to
there
po
is always
przeczytaniu tej
way
książeczki z
ahead.
przyjemnością można w taką wizję uwierzyć. Krety w kolorowych szaliczkach idące na sanki zresztą są urokliwe
So
już od samego
even
początku.
if the moles don't live in the families, you can still believe in this. And when moles in these colorful scarves, they
Tego,
go
o czym chcę powiedzieć, czyli samych książek,
skidding on the snow. It's interesting read.
właśnie doskonałym
And the last part I wanted to talk about,
polityka z historią wtrącała nam kontakty
there are some great books,
polsko-ukraińskie,
but those who people maybe overlooked.
W związku z czym
Politics has been interfering into our cultural relations all the time, and that's why in Polish we have some of these books. So at some point there was no time, then they were forgotten, and then there was no strength or energy to do this. So that's why we still don't have a lot of novels, a lot of non-fiction books of Ukrainian literature in the 20th and 30th years of the 20th century. The Polish publishers,
Obserwator rzeczywistości i mistrz języka Mike Johansen czeka na swojego wydawcę powieść
the Polish publishers still need sharp eyes, such as Mark Johansen. There's still time for experts like this to talk about these translations. Yuri Janowski and his book, The Shipmaster, which is an incredible combination of maritime, romance, autobiography. In this novel, you see the arts community of Ukrainian Odessa in the 20s of the last century. And other than some excerpts and pieces, we don't have translations of Sofia Jablonska's reports.
pisała po ukraińsku
She was a photographer and report writer, and she was writing in Ukrainian language reports from the most exotic places of the world.
Była kobietą niezwykłą, otwartą na
Then later these reports were collected in a book. She was an incredible person, very open for communication, and being a woman in those old times where she had to travel in the countries of the East and the South.
W ogóle nie przychodziły do głowy, że mogą być interesujące. Krótko mówiąc, miała kontakt ze światem tamtejszych kobiet i mogła wejść trochę
She was looking into the things that were not accessible to male wanderers and travelers. She could talk to women and she could show the other side of the everyday life. The collection of these reports can be found in the anthology that you can see on the slide. But these are just a few of these wonderful texts. And not only Jablonska has found her space in that anthology. If somebody is looking for inspiration, you should look into this anthology as the initial point for further search of interesting stuff in Ukrainian literature. So if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer either now during the session. You can write in the chat if you want. And I'm not the only Polish expert in this area. With our colleagues, we will be able to respond and give some hints. And I would like to address all the publishers. Please remember that in case of translating popular fiction, translation that is done quickly and small pay, it's not worth that small amount of time and money that you pay. Because you will have to pay anyway just as much for editing, for proofreading, and the editors will not be happy. Or the bookstores will see a book which is half-baked. Nobody needs that. Because editing and proofreading of popular fiction is just as important as for non-fiction. You don't have to circumvent it. I hope I don't have to explain this to you, but I have my own personal experience with the Polish book market and the publishing market, and just in case, I just wanted to reiterate that. But as I said, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Ja oczywiście jako przedstawicielka Stowarzyszenia Literatury podpisuję się wraz z
As a representative of Association of Literary Translators, I want to second that urge that the quality is very important. I have my own experience with this, and I wish you all professional experience with this. Now my other two colleagues would like to, I would like to recommend the other two colleagues, translators from associations. And I will also post the link to the database of Association of Translators of Literature and Fiction, as well as the Ukrainian literature translators. Olga Smelivska, a translator from Russian, English, and Polish language, will be the next to speak. Olga, your microphone is...
Дякую, шановна пані Ево. Щиро вітаю, шановне панство.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you, and greetings, everybody. As my presentation said, I present modern Ukrainian writers that need Polish translation and, in general, translation to other languages. Let me try and share my presentation.
Є. Так, зараз я її відкриваю.
So let me open it now.
Так, slideshow from beginning. Чи бачите презентацію?
You can see the presentation, I hope.
Ні, не видно. Так.
Not yet.
Так, вибачте, спробую ще раз.
Let me try it again.
Przepraszam,
Przepraszam, tak. Так, не відкрив презентацію. Так, спробую поділитися нею. Так.
So we're sorting out the technical issues with the broadcast of the screen.
Пані Ольго, ви мене чуєте? Пані Ольго,
Так, пані Олександра, так, чутно.
будь ласка, ви говорите для польської аудиторії. Говоріть польською мовою.
Було зазначено, що виступаю українською, і переклад буде польською. У мене презентація англійською.
So my presentation is in English. If I talk in English, it says...
Буде з польської, української?
Так. Ну, ви звертаєтеся до польської аудиторії. Про це було зазначено.
So you're talking to the Polish audience, and you can pretty much speak in Polish.
Так, презентація Добре. Презентація, на жаль, не відкривається. Я спробую ще раз технічно це зробити.
Don't know why presentation doesn't open. Let me try it again so that everybody can see.
Przepraszam,
Halo, przepraszam, czy mnie słychać?
Tak, pani. Tak.
Pani Kateryno, nie wiem, czy pani Olga ma status jako prelegentka, bo może wtedy dopiero będzie widać jej prezentację. Może trzeba jej status zmienić na prelegentkę.
We're still fixing the technical issues.
A, dobrze. Okej. To Olgo, share screen.
Я натискаю share screen, далі немає. Далі результату не бачу. Окей. Так, share screen, yes. Так, є презентація. Так. Так, є тека з файлом. Так. Ага, зараз спробую.
Пані Оля, а сама презентація у вас відкрита?
Я не чую вас.
Сама презентація у вас відкрита презентація?
Still sorting the presentation.
Зараз я її відкриваю. Open. Так, вона відкривається. Так, я відкриваю файл, далі.
А далі спробуйте натиснути зелену кнопку Share Screen і обрати презентацію.
Зараз я заходжу у відео. Так.
Launching the presentation. Please bear with us a couple
Share
seconds.
Screen, зараз шукаю презентацію. Є. Так, я бачу цей файл. Share. Так. Далі slideshow. Yes.
Ми бачимо.
Так, є.
Now we see the presentation, thankfully.
Назад. Так, видно. Так. Моя презентація є сучасний український писач.
So this is about contemporary Ukrainian writers who need Polish translations.
Артем Чех, проза, і Станіслав Чернілевський, поета. Перший писач Артем Чех, правдиве ім'я Артем Череднік.
So the first writer, Artem Chekh,
Зараз є українським
he was born in Cherkasy. At the moment, he is fighting in the armed forces of Ukraine. His works were published in Ukrainian Tizhdin and the magazine Kraina. His works are translated in Polish, English, German. So I believe that his works need to be translated more. He's a great writer and a great translator as well. He has a very interesting style.
Chciałam zaznaczyć, co jest laureatem Ryszard Kapucyński, nagroda imienia
And
Ryszarda Kapucyńskiego.
his voice is very exciting. He's a laureate of Ryszard Kapuczynski's award and some of the other awards of the Polish Institute in Kiev.
Так, wiele ukraińskich nagród. I mam ideę, co teksty opublikowane w ukraińskich czasopismach.
He also won a lot of Ukrainian awards. His texts are published in Ukrainian magazines. And those texts really have to be published as an anthology. So I called him, I would even go as far as call him a modern remark, Erich Maria Remark. And I was really impressed by the originality of his thinking, the biographical nature of his writing, his experience of first the war and then the previous 8 years of this war. He's a very honest and a genuine person, and he's writing about war in a very genuine way. It's real literature. Also, Anton Czech has experience working in theater. He was an actor. He would try different jobs, a journalist, a security guard, a shop assistant, and also the military. Now he is serving in the Ukrainian military. Katarzyna Katyńska said that mentioned that Ukrainian writers who were published in various Ukrainian publishing houses, magical realism and other aspects of different genres can be found in his works. So he is transferring subjective and objective facts through the prism of a Ukrainian intellectual thinker. He's using colloquial language, although it's a very literary language. It's very interesting for Polish translators. It's an interesting challenge. This is a very interesting modern time Ukrainian literature. And then the next author, Władysław Czernilewski. Stanislav was ethnic Polish, but he chose for himself the way of Ukrainian dissident and Ukrainian patriot. He also is correlating with Vasily Stul's, Dmytro Pavlichko, and other famous Ukrainian writers. He was condemned a lot of times for Ukrainian patriotism when he was teaching in the theater school of Karpenko-Kary. He's also a translator, as I said. He's writing poems.
В Києві, бо публікувалося у Львові видавництво «Астролябія», то було тлумачення Максима Стрихи.
In 2014, publishing house Astrolabi
has published a translation of Максим Стріха's work.
Поетична антологія українських поетів на тему Дантіани. І там були вірші Станіслава Чернівського.
So it was an anthology of Ukrainian poetry.
І наше знайомство вийшло завдяки текстам польським та українським так
So we got familiar through Polish and Ukrainian texts. I was reading Stanislav's work back at that time. Pan Stanislav was reading my work. So we got to know each other, and he liked my poetry. There was also Maxim Strycha and Stanislav Chernilevsky performing that evening, and it was a great dialogue. So Stanislav Chernilevsky is a very talented poet, but unfortunately not many people know about his poetry. It was translated into Polish as a bilingual work. As for the form of his poetry, he is using canonical poetry forms such as sonnet and different other classical verses, just like Maxim Rysky, a classic Ukrainian poet. And he's also using his personal experience because he lost his son at the war. His son, Ilya, who was a musician, a patriot, an activist, he died next to Avdiivka in May this year. In the Wikipedia says some objective facts about his son, but in the collection of Chernilevsky's poetry, his friend Maxim Strycha said that actually his son was disappeared without a trace. We can hope that he is alive, but we don't know the truth.
Я хочу зацитувати буквально кілька слів, яка то є поезія. То є пророцтво профетичне про війну.
I would like to quote some of his poetry, and this will be a sort of a premonition about the war, a sort of prophecy, because he was writing this whole cycle of poetry in the summer. So this collection is called My Sons. This is a difficult time approaching. He wrote it last summer in 2021. So it turned out his poetry was a premonition of things to come. Stanislav was a Maidan activist. In 2013, he was wounded with 5 bullets. But he continued to teach, he continued to be a cultural activist. Here's an interesting fact that Chernilevsky supported the memory of Vasil Stus and the amazing poets of the 60s, the dissidents. He was one of the initiators of Ukrainian voiceover dubs of the classical films, Ingmar Bergman, Fellini. Thanks to his work, we can now enjoy these films in Ukrainian. It was a colossal piece of work. Stanislav was a winner of different Ukrainian awards, but I think he is well deserving of the international awards. His level of poetry is very high, and Polish audience would be very much interested to read his works. Thank you.
And I would be happy to answer your
Czas na
questions.
pytania będzie już na koniec prezentacji, także poprosimy o odnotowanie sobie
Yeah, we
pytań
will
dla
ask
wszystkich,
questions
którzy się
later
wypowiadali,
at
jeśli
the
będą
end of the
wypowiadać.
session. So please take
Dziękuję
note of
Olgo
your
i
questions. You will be
poprosimy
able to
Joannę
ask them
Krasnynę-Radosz,
to
która
all of
jest
our
tłumaczką
speakers.
z języków rosyjskiego,
Thank you,
angielskiego i
Olga.
ukraińskiego i również jest członkinią Stowarzyszenia
And
Tłumaczy
now we would
Literaturi.
like to invite Christina, who is translating from Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian into Polish. She's also a member of the Union of Literary Translators. Thanks a lot.
I chciałabym również na początek
I hope you can
podziękować
hear me. Thank
profesor
you for the
Katarzynie
invitation
Kopryńskiej za
to
niesamowicie
participate.
ciekawą
And I would like
prezentację,
to,
która
first of
również
all,
dla mnie jako dla
thank Madam
początkującej
Professor Katarzyna
czytelniczki
Kutemska,
literatury ukraińskiej, zwłaszcza współczesnej literatury
who presented
ukraińskiej, jest niesamowicie
such an
wartościowa. Mam
interesting
nadzieję,
thing.
że Państwo się tą prezentacją zainspirują. Natomiast ja chciałabym
And
przedstawić
for me, it was very valuable. I think for each of us, it will be a great source of inspiration. I would like to present three works
aktualne potrzeby polskiego czytelnika.
that I believe
Pierwszą taką postacią
are
jest
a great
Iryna Macko,
staple in the Polish book market. First name, Iryna Macko,
opowiadań z tak zwanej prozy kobiecej, ale
author
też
of
książek
fairy
dotyczących
tales,
obyczajów i
also
współczesności
what she calls
Ukrainy,
feminine
również książek
tales,
kucharskich.
and a book of
Iryna Macko
traditions
pochodzi
and
z
Ukrainian modernity,
Tarnopola,
as well
ale
as
obecnie
culinary
mieszka w
books.
Polsce i tam
Iryna
tworzy bezpieczną
Macko,
przestrzeń dla Ukraińców, zwłaszcza
she was
tych
born in
najmłodszych,
Chernobyl.
uczestniczy w licznych
Now
imprezach
she resides in
związanych
Poland,
z animacjami dla dzieci.
and she
Napisała
creates
kilkanaście książek
safe
o
space
szczęściu,
for
o kuchni,
Ukrainian
opowiadań dla
children.
dorosłych, a
She's
także właśnie literatury
organizing
dziecięcej. W Ukrainie była wielokrotnie
different
nagradzana,
activities. She
a
wrote
teraz
several
chciałaby
books
swoją,
for
może nie
adults and
najnowszą,
children
ale
about
najważniejszą dla
childhood, about
międzynarodowego
happiness.
audytorium książką
She received a lot of
wyjaśnić
awards in
światu
Ukraine.
ukraiński fenomen.
Now,
Tą
though,
książką jest
she
Ukraińskie
wanted
Hygge,
to publish
gdzie
her most
autorka
important book
porównuje
for
do
the
tego słynnego
international
już
audience
w Polsce
to
pojęcia z
talk
kultury
about the
duńskiej,
Ukrainian
ukraińskie
phenomena.
pojęcie zatyszok,
And
co
she
można
called this
tłumaczyć
book
jako
Ukrainian Hygge.
stan spokoju ducha, komfortu,
So
wewnętrznej równowagi.
the Ukrainian state of coziness, the inner calm, inner balance.
O
And then
filozofiach
around
różnych krajów, właśnie
this
o
notion,
Hygge,
just as
Chwilę
other
czy
books about
Nixen,
philosophy of other countries,
Iryna Macko pokazuje,
Nixon,
jak
Hygge,
budują swoją
Iryna Macko
tożsamość
shows through that
i co w narodzie
how
ukraińskim jest tak fascynującego, co
Ukrainians
sprawia,
are
że jest
forming their own
zbudowany pełen
identity.
hartu ducha i humoru
And
nawet w najtrudniejszych
what is
chwilach.
so
Myślę, że to
exciting, what is
pytanie
so
zadaje sobie
interesting
wielu
and
Polaków,
special in Ukrainian people,
obserwujących, jak
why
dzielnie
they
i jak
are
optymistycznie
so hard to
Ukraińcy stawiają czoła
break and
wojnie.
never let go of their sense of humor.
Iryna Macko odpowiada w ukraińskim
Because
Hygge na
as
te
the
pytania, które
Polish people
chcielibyśmy
see how
zadać. Jak
Ukrainians
to
are now
jest
fighting
możliwe,
this war,
skąd naród ukraiński czerpie siłę i
Iryna Macko is trying to
czy my
answer the
też możemy się
questions
czegoś
that we
od
all
Ukraińców
trying to ask.
nauczyć.
How
Właśnie
has
jest
it all
to
become possible?
wielowątkowa
Where
opowieść o
have
ukraińskich
Ukrainians
tradycjach, o obyczajowości, o wartościach przeszłości,
finding their
teraźniejszości
strength?
i
What can we
przyszłości
learn from
narodu, na którym
Ukrainians?
dziś skupiają
This
się
is a
oczy całego
great tale
świata.
of Ukrainian future
Jest
and the
tam
past,
pełno
about the
anegdot,
values of
przypowieści, ale
Ukrainian
też
people, about the
przepisów
vision of the
kulinarnych
future.
na najsłynniejsze
There are a lot of
ukraińskie dania,
anecdotes, jokes, culinary
informacja o
recipes
takich ukraińskich słowach, które zrobiły
of the
karierę na
most
całym
popular
świecie,
Ukrainian
o
dishes,
ważnych
information about
miejscach, ale
Ukrainian
też
words
magicznych miejscach
that have
Ukrainy,
become known
czy
all
o
over the world,
tradycjach i codzienności.
the
Myślę, że
important
my jako
magical
Polacy
places in
znajdziemy tam
Ukraine,
wiele
traditions and the
podobieństw
daily
do
life.
naszej codzienności,
I
ale też
think
ciekawych różnic.
we in
I właśnie
Poland
dlatego
can find a
ukraińskie
lot of
Hygge jest książką,
similarities
która
to
wpisuje się w
our
bardzo
daily
modny
life,
obecnie
but
trend,
also
a
many
jednocześnie
differences.
pokazuje nam, że nasze
So
narody
that's why Ukrainian
więcej
Hygge, on
łączy
one
niż
hand,
dzieli, a to, co
is
dzieli, jest
a part of the
nie
modern
tyle
trend, but on the
niepokojące,
other
co
hand,
ciekawe,
it
fascynujące
shows
i
that
inspirujące.
what are
Jeśli
the
chodzi
things
o
that
książkę
our two
Iryny Macko,
nations are sharing,
została
and
ona
even
wydana w
the things
Ukrainie
that
w
we're
2019
different
roku,
in
doczekała się zainteresowania
is not a
między
source of
innymi
enmity, it's a source of inspiration. So
booktuberów.
it was published in
Jest
2019.
to książka, gdzie można znaleźć wiele zdjęć i ilustracji.
It received a
Myślę,
lot of
że
interest in the
z
international market. There are a
autorką,
lot of
jako że
photographies
Iryna
and
Macko
pictures
mówi
and
również po
illustrations.
polsku, jest jak
And I
najbardziej
think that
możliwość
with the author,
uzgodnienia ewentualnych
and
dopisów,
Irina is also,
aktualizacji czy
she
przedmowy do
speaks
wydania
Polish, and you
polskiego.
can
Moim zdaniem w
arrange.
obliczu tego dużego zainteresowania Ukrainą, ta książka pokazuje jej kulturę i tradycje
You
oczami
can
samych Ukraińców. Pokazuje właśnie,
discuss
jakie są różnice
this book
i co
with
ważniejsze,
her.
jakie są
The book
podobieństwa
shows the culture and
narodu
tradition of
ukraińskiego do
Ukrainians
narodu
with their own
polskiego. I
eyes.
pokazuje to również poza kontekstem wojny.
She
Jest
shows
aktualna nie
things
tylko
that
tu i
make us
teraz,
different,
ale będzie taka przez wiele
but
lat, z
also
uwagi
things
na to,
that
jak
we share
bliskie
with the
stają
Polish
się i
nation.
już się stały sobie
And
nasze
all of
narody.
this is
Poza
shown
tym te
outside of
treści
the
zostały
war
podane w
context.
sposób
So
lekki,
I think the war will be very
właśnie
relevant in
są
these nearest
zdjęcia,
years
są różne
because our
opowiadania
nations have
napisane przez
become very
samą
close.
autorkę, cytaty z
The book
gatunków
is
do powieszenia
very
sobie nad
accessible. There are a
łóżkiem.
lot of
I dzięki temu
pictures.
jest to pozycja skierowana do szerokiej
There are
publiczności.
quotations
Myślę, że
that
na
you can
pewno jest to książka, która
put on a
znajdzie swoje miejsce na
plaque on the
polskim
wall.
rynku. Tyle
So
jeśli
it's a
chodzi o,
book intended for a
powiedzmy,
wide
umownie
audience.
non-fiction,
I think it would
natomiast z fikcji
find
wybrałam
a great
dwie
place on the
pozycje.
Polish market.
Pierwsza z nich
So
to
that's about
powieść
non-fiction.
młodzieżowa El i Ewa o
Now, if we
trosce
talk about
Nadii
fiction
Biłej.
books,
To jest autorka pochodząca z miejscowości Mykołajw.
useful
Pisze dla dzieci i
young adult
nastolatków
novel
powieści,
F and
opowiadania,
Eva
wiersze.
from Nadia Eva
Nagrodzona
from
nagrodą
Nikolaev,
portalu
writing
literatury dziecięcej
for
Barabuka.
young adults, for children. She's
Finalistka
writing
konkursu
poetry
ukraińskiego tygodnika
and
Ukraina.
novels,
Od 2010
short
roku
stories.
mieszka
She was
poza
awarded by
granicami
Parabuka.
Ukrainy,
She
najpierw
was
w
awarded
Wielkiej
by
Brytanii, a później
Ukraina
wyemigrowała do
magazine.
Stanów Zjednoczonych.
She lives
Nadal
now
jednak pisze
outside
po
Ukraine.
ukraińsku
First, she
i ostatnie
lived
teksty
in Great Britain.
odnoszą się
Now
właśnie do
she
tego
works in the
spotkania
US.
narodów, spotkania
She
kultur.
writes in Ukrainian,
Taka jest też
and
powieść
her
El i
latest
Ewa.
texts are
Główni
dedicated
bohaterowie
to
to
this meeting
przeżywane
of the
rodzeństwo.
cultures.
El
The main
jest synem
characters in this book
dwojga
are brother and a
Ukraińców,
sister.
ale jego
El
matka wraz z nim wyemigrowała do Stanów Zjednoczonych.
is
Chłopak
son
tam
of
właśnie
Ukrainians,
dorasta,
but
ma amerykańskiego
his
ojczyma,
mother
ma
had to
amerykańskie
immigrate to
rodzeństwo
the
i
US
amerykańskie
together with
życie.
him.
Ale jego
So
życie właśnie tak się
he
układa, że
has
musi na
now
jakiś czas
American
wrócić do
stepfather,
biologicznego
American
ojca, do
stepbrothers and
Ukrainy.
stepsisters.
Tam
So,
poznaje córkę
but
nowej
his
partnerki
life is
taty
so
Ewę
he
i
has to
swoją
return
rówieśniczkę.
for a while
Z
to Ukraine,
początku
to his biological
bohaterowie
father.
patrzą na siebie podejrzliwie.
There,
Ewa
he
uważa, że wszyscy Amerykanie
learns,
są
he
głupni.
gets to
El
know the
uważa, że
daughter
wszyscy Ukraińcy są
of his
zacofani.
father's new
I
wife,
dopiero wspólne
Eva.
doświadczenia, niekiedy
Eva
bardzo
believes
tragiczne,
that all
pozwalają
Americans
im
are
zmienić
stupid.
te opinie
Elle believes that
i lepiej
all
poznać
Ukrainians
oba te
are
światy.
not
Chociaż
smart, and
akcja
only
dzieje się przede
the
wszystkim w
shared
Ukrainie, to
tragic
jednak te
experience
wzmianki o Ameryce i
forces them to abandon their stereotypes.
są
Although
odczuwalne.
the action takes place in Ukraine,
Jest to taka
all
typowa
these
powieść
constant
młodzieżowa
mentions of the
o
US,
rozterkach,
of
niekiedy
American
bardzo błahych,
mentality,
typu
they are
przyjaciółki kłócące się o
here and
chłopaka,
there in the
a
text. This is a
niekiedy też
typical
bardzo poważnych,
young
ponieważ
adult
sięga po takie tematy
novel
jak
with
nieuleczalna
teen
choroba,
tragedies when
obsesja
girls
na
are
punkcie jakiejś
quarreling
osoby,
over a
bycie
boy,
stalkerem,
but
i to
there
właśnie
are
z perspektywy
also
stalkera,
difficult
długo już nie z
topics like an
perspektywy osoby
incurable
stalkowanej,
disease,
problem chuligaństwa, uzależnienia od narkotyków,
or the way
a
of the
nawet
life
tematykę
of
gwałtu. Więc
stalking,
to są poważne tematy poruszone przez
bullying,
autorkę.
drug abuse, and
Jednocześnie nadal
even
jest to
rape.
powieść skierowana do
So
młodzieży.
she raises a
Myślę,
lot of
jako osoba mająca z
pertinent
młodzieżą
issues,
dużo kontaktu,
but she's doing it
że do naszych
in a
polskich
very
nastolatków ta
youthful
historia
manner,
przemówi i to przemówi
which is very
zwłaszcza
passing
dlatego, że
for
Ewa i jej
a young
ukraińskie
adult book. So
środowisko
for
są
our
bardzo
Polish
podobne
teenagers, I
do
think the
tego, z czym
story
mamy
would
do czynienia w Polsce.
resonate
Z
so
kolei
much.
wkraczający w to
Why?
El
Because
przypomina
Eva and
trochę
her
bohaterów
Ukrainian environment
wszechobecnych
are very similar
amerykańskich
to the
seriali
Polish
czy
environment.
powieści młodzieżowych.
Whereas
Nagle
Elle,
znajduje się w
who
tej
comes from the
naszej
US,
rzeczywistości.
he is
Trochę do niej nie
reminding us
pasuje,
of
a
this
trochę musi się do niej
traditional
przystosować.
hero
Pokazując te dwie
who
perspektywy
gets from another
Ela
planet
i
to
Ewy,
and has to adapt to the
autorka
new
tworzy
situation.
dialog
So by
kultur
showing these two
uosobionych
points of
właśnie przez
view,
głównych
the one of
bohaterów, myślę,
Elle
że
and
to
the one of
spotkanie
Eva,
kultur,
the author shows
spotkanie,
this dialogue
pewien
of
szok
cultures, so to
kulturowy,
say. And I
wynikający
think this
ze
meeting of
spotkania
cultures, this sort of
nieprzystających do
culture
siebie
shock,
wizji świata,
is
wizji
caused by
życia,
the
jest
meeting
największą
of
wartością
completely
właśnie.
different visions,
Powieść El i Ewa daje nam
which is the biggest
to
value of
środowisko
this
ukraińskiej
book.
młodzieży, bardzo
The
podobne do
novel
młodzieży
Elle
polskiej,
and the Eva
pokazujące naszym polskim
shows us
nastolatkom,
the environment
słuchajcie,
of
wasi
the
koledzy
Ukrainian young
koleżanki
people,
z
which is very
Ukrainy
similar to the
mieli
Polish
bardzo
youth.
podobne życie jak
And
wy.
this book seems to tell us,
Z
look,
drugiej strony mamy ten wątek
here
amerykański,
your
trochę takie ocknięcie się z amerykańskiego snu.
here are the same kind of people from Ukraine, and they have a very similar life. At the same time, there's this American arc in the book, waking up from the American dream, so to say. It's a great young adult book which talks about problems both serious and not so serious. So we see here didactical value and cultural value, and it's a great literature, which on one hand it gives us new knowledge, but on the other hand avoids too much didactics, too much overbearing. I think it's a text that we should translate in Polish language. And now the third text that I wanted to present here. It's not just one novel, it's a series of novels. I've seen that we have among the readership a person from the publishing house ASA. If I'm not mistaken, they published 2 books by Volodymyr Reniev. He's a Ukrainian writer and critic and translator of the science fiction. He's very well known among the science fiction writers in Ukraine and Poland. He was and he remains an agent of Polish writers in Ukraine. And in particular, he like Anna Kantok and Jarosław Grzędowicz, thanks to him, appeared on the Ukrainian market. He also popularized the creations of Stanisław Lem, and he's advocating Ukrainian science fiction in Poland. He's cooperating with the Science Fiction magazine, where he's publishing interesting texts by Ukrainian writers. So it's very surprising that even before now, nobody translated this series. This is a book, young adult science fiction. The action takes place in a fictional country which is not dissimilar to Ukraine. The main character, Martha, she's just a teenager, goes to school. After school, she's collecting toxic dragon bones. And because she's collecting these bones to have some additional revenue, to get some money, she becomes in a center of a very complex intrigue.
Do trwającej de facto od 2014 roku wojny rosyjsko-ukraińskiej.
So it's been a topic.
To trylogia. Dotąd ukazały się 2 tomy. Trzeci cały czas jest w przygotowaniu, ale myślę, że wielkim kopniakiem motywacyjnym dla autora byłoby właśnie
the motivation for the author
w języku polskim. Tym
would
bardziej,
be
te teksty da się również czytać
publishing
oddzielnie.
of the first volume in Polish.
W tym momencie 2 tomy, które ukazały się.
Anno, ja ci przerwę, bo ja przed chwilą słyszałam, ktoś mówił po ukraińsku, tak, zamiast ciebie.
We're sorting out the channels at the moment.
Chyba tłumaczenie. Okej, już nie ma tego problemu, tak? Chyba nie ma, ja już nie słyszę tłumaczenia. Mam nadzieję, że dalej nie będzie.
Dobrze, mam nadzieję, że już wszystko w porządku. Ja nie słyszałam, więc nie wiem, co się stało.
So I hope everything is okay. It was rearrangement of channels for a while, but now everything seems to be working. So both volumes were published in 2018. The third volume is now being prepared, it's being written. The first volume was awarded by Barabuka as the best young adult fiction book. It's very well perceived by readers and critics alike as a young adult fantasy book, which is very educative, not only entertaining. It's an easy read, especially if you're a teenager.
Właśnie oprócz tej niesztampowości wymieniłabym ten lokalny koloryt, temat aktualny i
popularny. And it's not your run-of-the-mill literature. It has a lot of local
Przyjaciół budzą skojarzenia z młodzieżowym fantasy
lore.
polskich autorów, chociażby z młodzieżowym cyklem Anny Kańtoch, notabene bardzo popularnym w Ukrainie, czy z cyklem Felistet i Nika, również tłumaczonym na ukraiński. Więc mam wrażenie, że tutaj jest jakaś wspólnota doświadczeń.
These books are now being translated,
zbiór
so
młodzieżowych
hopefully
motywów fantasy młodzieżowego, które faktycznie w obu naszych krajach robią dobrą robotę
it
i
can
są
be
przez czytelników
a
pożądane.
collection of
Także
Ukrainian fantasy
serdecznie
works
zapraszam
because it's
do sięgania po te
very
książki,
well
do sięgania
perceived
również
and
po inne książki
expected by
literatury
the
ukraińskiej,
readers.
zarówno tej wysokiej, jak i popularnej. Chętnie odpowiem na
So
wszystkie
I encourage
pytania.
you to try
Można
and
mnie znaleźć w
read this literature and
Stowarzyszenia Tłumaczy Literatury
other
i
books.
tam
You can
również
find
pod adresem mailowym udzielę
me on the
wszelkich odpowiedzi,
database of
wyjaśnień.
an association of
Mogę również
literary
pomóc w
translators.
kontaktach z ukraińskimi autorami, także zachęcam po prostu do zapoznania się z tematem i ponownie dziękuję za możliwość wystąpienia
So
w tym
please
wydarzeniu.
get to know this writer and thank you for the
pani
opportunity to speak on this event. Thank you.
Так, я дуже дякую всім
Alexander?
попереднім нашим прелегенткам
Yeah, we
за
thank to
таке
our previous
прекрасне
speakers for the
представлення різних творів
wonderful
української літератури. Я дуже
overview
сподіваюся,
of
що після
different
ваших
works of Ukrainian
виступів
literature. I hope so much that
зацікавленість польських
after
видавців,
your presentations, the
критиків,
interest of Polish
перекладачів
publishers
з нашої
and critics
літератури
and
дуже
translators
зросте.
in
Мені
Ukrainian
теж
literature
спало
is
на
going to
думку те,
get
що
higher. And I
нам
was
слід
just thinking
залучати
that
до формування
we
нашого
need to engage
більше все-таки експертів
more
з-за
experts
кордону,
to
зокрема з
shaping our
Польщі,
catalog of
і
rights,
я вже
experts from
пропоную
abroad, from Poland,
долучатися,
and I
зокрема, пані
already
Катажині, запрошую
suggest
дуже
Katarzyna
сильну,
to get
потужну
engaged. We will
міжнародну
create a
експертну
powerful
групу для
international
вдосконалення
experts
нашої подачі в
union,
міжнародний
so to say,
каталог
or
прав.
pool.
І у нас останній блок наш.
Now let's proceed to the last block. In this session, there are 4 Ukrainian publishers who prepared their presentations with the hope to get some interest from the Polish publishers. The first, Ganna Zhemerova from the publishing house ASA, who already was mentioned. She's going to tell about their offers, followed by навчальна книга Тетяна Будна.
Добрий день.
Greetings, good evening. Let me run my presentation.
Не виходить. Так. Ну, один хвилин. Отак. Добрий день. Видно?
So, hello again. I hope you can see the screen. Yeah, we can see it.
Мене звати Ганна Жемерова.
So, I'm Ganna Zhemerova. I represent the publishing house ASA that Katarzyna was just mentioning.
Дуже дякую за цю розповідь.
Thank you for this spot, and this is a link to our rights catalog and my coordinates.
Дуже рада, що
I'm so happy that I have this opportunity to talk to you about this book in particular, or it's rather a series of books, which is written by a prominent fantasy and science fiction writer, Volodymyr Arenev. I won't be able to tell you a lot about this book in a short time that I'm given, but just a little small things. It's a trilogy illustrated by Alexander Prodan, and you can see them here. They're reflecting so well this story. Telling the story through pictures. So this trilogy is basically part of the fantasy, but primarily it's an anti-utopia, anti-totalitarian, and anti-military.
Ну, ще раз сказати, можна
So
виходить, що автор почав цю трилогію писати
the author
після
started
початку
writing this
російської
trilogy
агресії проти України в 2014 році.
after the start of the Russian aggression back in 2014, and the third installment is being written right now. It's slated for publication in 2023.
Зараз дописую, що зараз він
And
точніше бачить, який повинен бути фінал.
the author has a clearer picture now what the ending of the book should be, because it's basically the story about how totalitarian world is shaped, how through untruth and lies people are transformed into monsters, and they see as people start seeing their neighbors as monsters because they see their own reflection. And it's a powerful text, and it has received several great awards. The QR code on the screen will lead you to a small synopsis in English and an English translation of the first chapter of the book. So the second book is recommended by the Ukrainian Ministry of Education for readership of the 8th grade. It's worth it. I think it was the right thing to do. It's a Ukrainian author. He has a lot of accolades. He wrote more than 25 books in Ukrainian and Russian. Among the awards in 2019, he won a BBC prize in the nomination of children's literature, and the rest was told by Katarzyna. Thank you. This is a different book of our publishing house. It's a non-fiction book. I want to stress that we specialize in children's books. This is our main bread and butter. So this is a series of 33 truthful stories, and the first book, Ukrainians in the World. It tells us about Ukrainians who, well, just famous and prominent Ukrainians all over the world. So among them, we have French Queen, the rector of Bologna University, American generals, opera singers, the American space astronaut, and then Canadian journalist. So there are 33 stories here, age 7 plus, but many of these stories will be interesting for adults as well. So you can use this QR code to turn pages of the book. What's interesting is that the pictures are made by the team of authors. Among them, the students of the Kharkiv Design Academy, whereas the design was done by their professor, Larisa Chaiko. So it's a teamwork of the whole slew of youthful creators. The book also has a secret. The first 2 pages give you a short information about the story. The 2 subsequent pages, you have to cut them by yourself, and then you open a bigger picture, a bigger story about a character of a story. So to the right, you can see our author, Nazar Rozlutsky. He is a famous Ukrainian historian, a researcher of Ukrainian liberal movement and diaspora. So the book is written by a professional, and it contains truthful stories. So we want to wish our writer good luck, because he is serving right now in artillery in the Ukrainian armed forces. These are some of the contact data, so that was all I wanted to squeeze in the time that we have. Thank you, Hannah. I pass the floor to Tatiana Budnya from the teaching publishing house Bogdan, and then Natalia Smedan from Yakobu. Hello, I'm Tatiana Budna from the publishing house Bogdan.
Так, у мене пише, що я не можу поширити екран.
For some reason, it prevents me from sharing my screen. That's because Hannah has to turn her presentation off.
Мені здається, що я виходжу, але я чомусь не розумію. Давайте я вийду, а потім зайду, мабуть. Я не розумію, в чому.
Нажміть зупинити поширення екрану.
Я не бачу його. А, все.
Все.
Вибачте.
Нічого. Я представляю видавництво навчальна Богдан.
So I'm from the publishing house Bogdan Educational Books. This is the address where you can see our full catalog and all of our
До
books.
вашої уваги я хочу представити роман у 3 книгах.
I'd like to present to you a novel in 3 installments by Alexandra Shutko, Roxolana in Union with Yagalons. It's a historical novel about the Ukrainian woman Roxolana, the wife of Sultan, in 1551, where she was in the zenith of her glory. She had a lot of impact on Ottoman Empire. She basically facilitated her husband's relations with Yagalons. It has a lot of archival documents, reports of ambassadors in Istanbul, the intelligence from American, German, and other historians. Not only real events are depicted, but also their dialogues that are kept in the historic documents. The author of these novels is Alexander Shutko, a very well-known researcher, scientist, and writer. The next book that we want to show you is Nights of Love and Hope by Lesa Romanchuk. This is the first book in Ukraine of such scope and documentation of Gulag prisoners and the tragedy of Kengir revolt, which is this book is a synthesis of documentary thinking, ruminations, eyewitnesses. So the writer is depicting the destinies of monks, poets, and other people who were prisoners of Gulag.
Авторка цього роману є Леся Романчук.
The author, Lesa Romanchuk,
відома українська
she's a well-known Ukrainian doctor, teacher, and writer.
Дуже цікава і різностороння особистість.
A very interesting personality, really.
Книга – це 3 сервіси
Next book, 3 services by Henryk Sienkiewicz by Andriy Sienkiewicz. Henryk Sienkiewicz was one of the most best-paid European literary workers, number 6 in Nobel laureate. Although the Nobel Prize itself does not guarantee the permanent place in the literary space, but Sienkiewicz is still being described, being read. And so this book is a look from Ukraine who has become a hostage of Polish historic novel. Serhiy Senyuk wrote this book, a journalist and lore researcher. Another book, Alexander Yevtushkov, The Black Soldier. After the 2 defeats of German army in the end of the winter 1943, Ukrainian Volyn units joined the Ukrainian uprising army. The German occupation government has conducted a coercive mobilization. These soldiers are the characters of this novel. History of Ukrainians who were forced to serve in the German troops. The style is fully compliant with the age, with the time. Alexander Yevtushok was working on this book for 17 years. He was researching information, different archival sources, talking to eyewitnesses.
So that was a short update about the books that we wanted to present. Please come to our website, bogdanbooks.com, and I will leave my contact data in the chat. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, пані Тетяно.
Thanks a lot, Tatiana.
Я запрошую пані Світлану
I would like to invite Svetlana Smilyan now from Yakobu Publishing House,
Микола Кравченко з
and then Mykola Kravchenko from Nora Druk.
Вітаю, чи чути мене?
Чути.
Чудово. Доброго вечора усім.
So, good evening, everybody. I'm happy to see you all.
Я представляю видавництво
And I represent Yakobu Publishing House. Our main area is nonfiction, and we would like to offer some of our books by Ukrainian authors. First book is called Day One, 11 stories of people who were wounded by the war. We still don't see the presentation at the moment. Hope you can see it now. Yes, it now is visible.
11 людей з ранами видимими
So,
та невидимими. Це збірка
11 people with wounds visible and invisible. These are the interviews of veterans of Russian-Ukrainian war. The author is a military journalist who talked to 11 participants of the military action. The characters in this book have been traumatized. Some of them lost their limbs. Some are suffering from psychological problems. But despite everything, they are creating families. They keep winning in sports. So this opens the box of terrors of war, but at the same time they are inspiring and motivating. Next book, Unbreakable, about fighting of Ukrainian women against the Russian aggressors. On February 24th, Ukrainian doctors, restaurant waiters, journalists had to leave their normal life and engage fighting the occupants. This is a book of the stories of 30 women who become volunteers. The military founded refugee camps, activist campaigns, etc. So it fully depicts the possibilities and capacity of Ukrainian volunteer movement in this war, and super important role that the women play in this fight.
Переходьте на наступний слайд, перепрошую, бо ви все ще на першому.
We still expect the slides to move. Does it work?
Та може це тільки в мене якісь проблеми, бо в мене...
Не переходить.
Не переходить.
Ліворуч натисніть на нову сторінку. У себе.
Sorting out the slides.
Натискаю.
Ми не бачимо.
Так.
О, є.
Now it seems to be working.
От зараз ви перейшли.
Ось це була друга. Третю бачите, я переключила?
Now can you see the third book?
Ще не бачу.
Тоді ось так. Третя книга – це «Життя посеред життя» Ольги Карі.
So the third book is A Life Among Life by Olga Kari. Olga Kari is a writer who, from the start of this war, started writing a diary. Now it's this book about experience of the woman who stayed in Kiev all the time of the war, about these strange emotions, about the new life and the realization that the previous life is gone forever, but at the same time, faith in a better future. And the last book we want to present to you from our publishing house is Observations of the History of Ukraine in the 19th and 20th century by Yaroslav Kutsak. Yaroslav Kutsak is a famous Ukrainian historian, column writer, and writer of many publications about the modern history of Ukraine. This book was first published in 1996, and ever since this is one of the most in-demand books in Ukrainian history. It's been constantly republished. It describes different aspects of establishment of Ukrainian nation over the last centuries. Ukraine, just as Russia, was stuck in the past. But unlike Russia, Ukraine continues to fight and break away from this past. And in essays, the author explains why it is such. So that was all from us. We have some more books about modern life in Ukraine, about the Russian-Ukrainian war, and we would be happy to provide more details to everybody who wants. Thank you for attention. Have a great evening. Thank you. Please leave your contact data in the chat so that people can contact you. And I invite Mykola Kravchenko now from Nora Druk to tell us all about their wonderful books. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, the organizers. So thank you for opportunity to join in.
Не чути. Ну, а так взагалі нічого не чути. А так чути.
Я вибачаюся, просто на мобільному інтернеті у мене тільки
We're sorry because we're using mobile internet because 15 minutes ago our electricity was shut down. So we're from publishing house Nora Druk, independent literature. We work since 1996, and I'm happy to present to you two books. The first is a book is a debut, literary debut.
Це книжка дебютантки, нашої дебютантки Наталі Чайковської, яка називається
So it's a debut by Natalia Tchaikovsky, A Porcelain Doll.
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Natalia Czajkowska. Przede wszystkim przepraszam za moje błędy językowe, ale będę się...
Hello, my name is Natalia Tchaikovsky. Sorry for my mistakes. I'm a Ukrainian writer, and I would like to tell you about my book today, Porcelain Doll. It was published in September 22 in Nora Druk Publishing House. The rights for German translation of the book was bought by Heimat Berland Publishing House. It has 326 pages. The book raises a highly important topic of domestic violence. So Martha's husband was found dead. Everybody's so sorry for her, but she feels free. It all started 5 years ago. Her mother died, and then she got familiar with the man who then made a proposal. She didn't hesitate much because she hoped that family life would help her to be a better life. But then her life turned into hell. But the way out of this hell was only one-way street. So this book has to be published in German next year. Now, the pre-sale is in Austria. So the rights for this book were bought back when the book was still prepared. And we still hope we will continue working with this writer. We are preparing 2 other novels. And another book that I want to present. Andrei Kokatyuha, who was mentioned today already.
Пані Катерина Котинська називала його прізвище.
Katarzyna Kotyńska mentioned him. So Andrei Kokotyuha in the novel Anomaly Zone, talking about Ukrainian Polisia region, Zhytomyr region, and one of them, some weird things are happening, people are disappearing and then reappearing, but not remembering anything. So typical yellow press stuff. And the young woman is returning like that with no memory. So the story gets even more sophisticated. It turns out that this woman has something to do with the murder of Zhytomyr, of a local business person. So there's a detective story going on. The detective doesn't want to go there because it's a dangerous place, and then it's not a mysterious story. Everything is pretty realistic, but it's just a realistic thriller. The Anomaly Zone is the second edition already. The book is very well allows for a great translation. 256 pages long. The rights were sold back in 2016. In 2 years, bought by Nora Pocket Publishing House, so it was published as a pocketbook in France. This year, it was published in Arabic language, and we're now in negotiations to continue cooperation. So regarding Andrei Kokotyuha, we can talk a lot. He's a very prolific writer. He published 90 books so far. So it's a person who keeps writing not only novels and fiction, non-fiction, but he's also writing screenplays for movies, for radio. And Katarzyna mentioned him because, if you take filmography or bibliography, you can find anything, all kinds of styles. There are different genres that the writer is prolific in. So thanks a lot for this opportunity to present these books. And as an off-topic, I would like to thank our Polish friends for the great support. And our publishing house has lived through terrible times, but we survived through Powszechne Czytanie presentation. We're very thankful to our Polish colleagues for that. Thank you. Thank you. So this is basically a wrap of our webinar. I don't know if the organizers will allow us to stay for a little while for the questions and answers. We are Creative Ukraine. We want to thank the organizers of Creative Ukraine for inviting us to do these presentations.
Свою секцію видавничу. Я хочу сказати, що я
And I want to say that I am very impressed by all presentations that were done by Ukrainian publishers, Polish translators. It would seem that I know most of these authors, other than those who published their first book first, and I looked and, I took a different look at them. And I immediately want to go and buy their books and read them. I think the same kind of impression or similar impression will be with Polish readers and publishers when they finally get these books in translation. Whereas Ukrainian Book Institute and the Polish Chamber of Books and the Association of Literary Translators in Poland and Polish Literary Union, Ukrainian Association of Publishers and Distributors, who organize these webinars, we trying to facilitate the Polish-Ukrainian ties to go stronger
and the number of translations from Ukrainian into Polish, Polish into Ukrainian would grow. Are there any questions at the moment? If there will be questions later, please write to Polska Izba Książki or to us, to Ukrainian Institute of Books. Because being a part of the catalog, you have to send in your books and our experts will review them. We have independent experts, as you know. And what else? I want to thank once again the organizers of Creative Ukraine Forum. I want to thank everybody, all of our co-organizers, Polska Izba Książki, translator associations, literary union, Ukrainian Association of Publishers and Distributors, to all of our speakers, and all of you who were patient enough to listen to all of our information. We're always keep in contact. Thank you, Eva Petriklichkovska, my co-moderators, and thank you to Armed Forces of Ukraine and Ukrainian energy companies who keep the front. And we managed to have this Zoom webinar.